Where we left off last time, you all had traversed up the path to head up to the Storval Plateau, bypassing the Storval stairs with use of spider climb to ignore that whole situation. Not without somebody going invisible and pilfering a few things, but you know. You made your way up to the plateau, making your way to the what's it called? Just give me 1 second, because I always forget names unless I'm literally staring straight at them.
It was something Germanic.
But you head through up into the Iron Peaks to a location that you were told of by the name of Jorgenfist. Here you are at the crudely drawn version of like the outline of Jorgenfist proper. You did a little bit of scouting, found that there were a group of harpies guarding the front entrance. What looks to be hill giants, ogres, and a bunch of stone giants on the outskirts of it. You saw rocks, bears, and mammoths on the inside, as well as some other.
Oh my.
Yes. As well as some more stone giants. You saw the gout of flame from a mountaintop that you have listed as dragon on the map there. You can only assume that it has to do with the dragon that had attacked Sandpoint.
Yeah, it could just be the mountain likes jalapenos.
Indeed. Or had Taco Bell for lunch. But I guess. You also
found out the other end.
You also spotted a couple ravine caves on the mountainside. One that seemed to be home to some wyverns. You saw a few of them flying out. As another one, even from a distance, you can see it is caked in like thick layers of spider webs that kind of block the entrance from being entered. You had camped out for the night to kind of plan and rest. But in the process, some people were alerted to your tracks, and in an attempt to escape, you come to find out that one of the giants could see through your invisibility. You tried to convince them to lay down their arms, but they made it seem fairly clear that the two that were accompanying her to, like, even for giant standards, rather simple, but very like runic tattoo etched giants were like watching her. You kind of picked up the meaning, dispatched the two of them before she sat down and said, "Let's talk." But before we get into everything that's happening after the recap, I will ask the question of the week, which is, what threat in Jorgenfist is your character most worried about? Like, it could be anything that I listed, anything abstract that you don't know or haven't seen.
I would
probably
say
that sense of, as I recall, there's a potent evil aura coming from one of the main towers.
Yeah, the if you look on the map that has like the better vision of what it looks like here, that big black tower right there seems to be of a different design from the rest of it. It looks like it was here first. Mm-hmm. And the rest of it was built around it. There is a very palpable evil coming from said tower. And during your scouting, you did notice that the harpies, when they weren't like manning the front gate, were over there doing some kind of shamanistic prayer at like the doorway to the entrance of it.
So Fix's answer would be whatever's causing the aura within that tower.
For Gork, I would say the rocks. Eagles aren't an animal that you normally want to fuck with, even if they're the normal ones, and those are giant eagles.
Those are gargantuan eagles.
Yeah, those are big enough to eat an elephant, to grab an elephant in their claws. And Gork's not exactly the best range combatant, so I feel like all the primal animal instinct is like, that's an animal that you just don't truck with. You're on opposite ends of the chain here. I mean, he'll do what he needs to do, but that's what concerns him the most.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I see what the Giants did here. They brought in the rocks to get rid of the harpies, and then brought in the wyverns to get rid of the rocks.
It's just a whole mess, I tell you.
But what am I supposed to do?
Don't
with
worry,
these
you
plague
brought-
rats?
I was gonna say, good thing is you brought in a snake to get rid of all of them.
Well, the gout of fire immediately gets my attention. Though the dragon, we pretty handily beat the fuck out of that dragon when we fought it at Sandpoint, and it's the same one, right? It just ran.
You assume so, but you haven't seen it come out of the cave. You just saw a gout of flame.
I mean, purely out of character. This isn't Gork talking. This is Gombo talking. What we beat up in Sandpoint was a whelp. The actual mama dragon's in there.
Yeah, that's
Maybe.
now that he said you assume so.
Mm-hmm.
It was our intention to maybe take it out first, but
Let's see what this lady has to say about it.
So what about for Emmanuel and Rish? What do you feel is the biggest threat that you're worried about?
probably anything we haven't seen yet. This is just what they keep on display.
I don't know if y'all
And keep in
remember
mind, there's
last
like
session.
200 plus dragons, or giants, not dragons.
Suddenly.
It was
Freudian
dragon.
slip.
You turn around.
Due to budget constraints, the Dragon Giant War will be happening off screen.
The scariest thing here is definitely, I don't know, wyverns. We beat up a bigger, scarier wyvern, basically.
He doesn't hear it, but this dragon will remember this.
Say the moral implication of the stoned females. They're like about us. Because this is just like the camp where they keep their women and children, right?
I think it's an entire clan that's matriarchal.
Yeah, these seem to be a bunch of different separate clans. You don't really know the details of them.
Oh,
That could be something you could talk to the person about that you're about to talk to, but that's up to you guys.
All right, keep the bard away from the stone giant Amazons.
No, I think we should head first, actually.
Emmanuel is.
The mind is willing, but the flesh is weak and spongy.
I've got a lot. I've got a plan, guys, but I'm gonna need a lot of electrolyte water.
Just gets the enlarged person spell. Shape of a giant.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, I keep interrupting them.
Tell me, Rich, is it possible to cast a spell on just like a particular part of the body, or?
Could try.
There's a spell that enlarges an appendage you touch. That's an offensive spell. And I say offensive in multiple ways right now.
Yep. Sorry, Cope.
Gonna need Bear's endurance.
I think just Cope's just having a good time listening to this. Sorry, Cope. Anyway.
Emmanuel is most worried now, given the last session where Gork hit him or punched him or threw him at least 6 times due to his smart-ass comments. So that's what he's most worried about right now.
You're most worried about Gork?
Yeah, well, most worried about his smart-ass comments popping up and getting himself killed by Gork.
Okay.
Fear the most immediate danger.
So you all have the floor, as she does seem to be willing to talk, and doesn't like lay down her weapon or anything, but she just kind of like sets it like on the ground and like uses it to sit herself down on one of the corpses of the giants you just killed.
All right, where do we want to start?
First of all, why are these giants different and tattooed?
When you ask her that, she's like, don't know what happens to them, but any of the giants who disagree with our Lord Makmura in here, and she kind of just head nods over to the Citadel area. He has his most loyal take them below, and when they return, they are like this. They seem to be mostly mindless, other than being told what to do. Though, from what I've gathered, they have some way to communicate to Mockmurian directly, whether it's you can see through their eyes or they telepathically communicate or something else. I don't know. But he does have some kind of line between them.
Are they all here out of fear of the Lord, or are they actually stand to gain something?
And she kind of thinks like there are many that are loyal to Mockmurian. The hill giants and ogres for sure are 100% loyal. There is a clan that Mockmurian apparently came from that is been here the longest that are very loyal to him. And then the rest are rather new additions. Their loyalty, I'm not entirely sure of. I don't know. We try to determine for you people like what's going on in a dwarven community versus an elven community, and trying to communicate between the two. It's not always going to work.
So is Mockmurian a giant then?
From what I understand, I haven't seen him directly, but he seems to be a stone giant.
Okay. Apparently one of great power, if that's the aura I'm detecting from that tower.
I don't know if the tower might be connected to him. He doesn't reside in the tower, I believe.
Oh?
There's a hole in the center of Jorgenfist that goes down to levels below it. Apparently, he resides down below. The tower was here long before he arrived. Apparently, he arrived here and decided to construct his towers and citadel against it for reasons, I guess.
Well, what do you know about that central tower then? That the one that was there first?
She kind of thinks for a second. I don't know too much beyond the fact that the harpies threaten to kill anyone who even gets too near the entrance. They seem to be fiercely loyal to whatever's inside there. They say something about their master being inside, but no one's seen anyone come or go. They don't enter. No food goes in. So she kind of.
Is there any other enter other than the front gate?
Not that I know of. The front gate's the only way in and out. That's why it's protected by so many towers and the harpies themselves. They enjoy anything that does try to get through, whether it be animals or unauthorized giants, to try to lure them away off the edge of the cliff with their captivating songs.
Do the spider caverns connect to the underground from the center hole of the citadel?
I have no idea. I myself have not been below. That is reserved only for the most loyal and the most powerful, and I am neither of those.
So is your tribe or your clan just as tentatively loyal to everything that's going on, or is that just uniquely you?
My tribe, well, former tribe, is nowhere near here. I would be what would be considered a lone wolf. I came here for lack of options. And to be fair, starting the war is no concern of mine, but I don't like being relegated to mook.
That makes sense. So is all this about domination over the human or the humanoid civilizations? Or is there some greater goal?
Mockmurian has informed us, or at least those he's told and then informed us by proxy, that we are amassing giants and giantkin to reclaim what is ours and restore the lost honor of our people and reclaim what is ours. And she kind of motions outward, and basically you've seen stuff about giants, you've researched enough about giants in this game so far. Giants are very much feel like Varisian as a whole is theirs, and that they are the rightful ownership of the lands. And And that's basically what the mindset of most giants of different varieties are.
What can you tell us about the dragon up in the mountain?
Don't know much about him other than he seems to be under boot and heel of Mockmurian. He's, I think, one of 3 dragons that I know about. The other two seem to be below the keep with the Lamias.
Does it seem like Mockmurian is in charge, or that he and the dragons have come to some sort of agreement?
Well,
Or
he
they-
brought
like-
them here. He brought most of the dragons here in chains, so I imagine they're not cooperating with each other.
Interesting.
How many beings have been enslaved by Mockmurian that would be likely to uprise if given the opportunity?
Hard to say. I know a lot of them that are subjugated either are giants who have been turned into these things and she kind of just smacks the corpse that she's sitting on. Or if they're not giants, the Lamias seem to dominate the minds of those that try to object to his treatment of them.
While they're talking, I'm examining the non-cushion corpse and see if I can decipher what exactly has been done to it, if there's any role I can do for that.
Sorry, I had family drama going on. Did I miss something?
While they're talking, I was going to examine the one she's not sitting on, and see if I could figure out what's been done to it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me Arcana.
About as high as I can get, so.
I'm just checking a couple things. Sorry, this is parts of the book that get disorganized.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think when I run one of these Pathfinder adventure paths, I'm gonna just keep a separate notebook, even though I'm using the PDFs for both things, just to note down like character names in this location or important detail bullet points, just because I get disorganized otherwise.
Okay, so from what you can gather, it is a some form of subjugation magic, probably through use of an artifact of some kind. It doesn't seem your run-of-the-mill like domination spells or control spells. Definitely something more powerful than that. And it does seem to have shifted their body and modified it somewhat as well, infusing it with magic itself.
Not any sort of, well, if I do you have any
With
idea if the observation of them has gone with their lives, or
from what that roll and what you've seen, whatever that has been done to them has greatly reduced their mental faculties. And they seem to be able to, since you saw it in combat and with this roll, they seem to be able to surge themselves with arcane energy, basically benefiting from the haste spell. But upon doing so, it seems that their mental faculties get even further reduced. But that's probably as much as you can kind of piece together just by looking at the body and without knowing the extent of what created them like this way. It's hard to tell.
Do you know if Mockmurian is the spellcaster or just relying on others to do the arcane lifting, as it were?
From what I've heard, again, haven't seen him myself, he is a wielder of great and more powerful arcane magics than any giants before him in recent eras. enough so to get many different types of giants to come here and decide whether they want to place their allegiances with him. In addition to the giants that you've probably seen outside, since looking at you all, you've been here for a minute. If you were able to find somewhere to camp. There are, in addition to the giants you've seen around here, there is a pair of frost giants residing inside the Jorgenfist and in some guest chambers, as well as a slag giant that is in charge of manufacturing of our arms and weaponry.
That's a lot of giants.
If you were to
over
guess,
200 strong.
if you were to guess, about what percent of the giants that you've seen are being controlled in the same manner as these ones that we defeated?
Well, it's kind of hard to miss them. I don't have an exact count, but
Just like, is it half and half? Is it like one?
no, maybe a dozen or so at most. It seems to anyone who disagrees with them upon seeing their friends and family members be turned into these things kind of shuts down disagreements fairly quick.
You mentioned Harpy drive off unauthorized giant.
Yeah, only select people are allowed inside Jorgenfist, and even less so underneath it. If giants get too close, they are not supposed to be inside. They can sometimes fall prey to their hypnosis, and then if that happens, they often will lead them off the edge of the cliff.
So if caves do connect, would be good bypass mini giant.
Mm-hmm. It's
Ash,
definitely worth exploring.
Do you have the ability to protect our minds from such compulsions? Out of character, I'm asking if you have communal protection from evil.
I believe I picked that up. Let's see.
Because that could come in handy. Sounds like there's a fair amount of mental whammies going on.
Oh
I
man,
swear I've used it. Yeah, I've got communal protection from evil.
I should have picked up that feat that says you're treated as an animal for spells and effects that affect your mind.
Emmanuel has it too.
That would have been great.
Okay. Yeah, I think before we go after the base, we'll need to have a few of those in hand.
He can do it spontaneously, and that's not a level that I use very much, level 3.
She kind of looks at you all and is like, I can answer some more questions if you wish, but if this is all you need from me, I will see myself out.
Where will you go from here?
Probably resume wandering, probably far enough away from here that if, the war does continue and they are successful, that I could just pass off as another giant of my kind and hope that they forgot all about me.
Thanks for scratch that. Mine's communal protection from energy.
Bit of a difference there. Well, thank you for all that information. I'm glad we're able to talk things out.
Mm-hmm.
You pack quite a punch, I imagine. Is there any chance we could convince you to join us?
No.
Didn't think so.
One word of advice, though, is I would watch out for the Lamias from below. They seem to be the most troublesome.
We've crossed paths with a few of them already, and they have been troublesome, yeah.
Yes, they're the ones that seem to do a lot of the domination of the beasts that we have here, the dragons, as well as the rocks, and I believe some bears that we've recently obtained.
Speaking of, are all those enslaved too? Mind whammied or just being...
Most of them were just brought low to heal, but the recent ones have been more of a problem, so they just skipped the middleman as it is and just dominated them, I believe.
Is it Macmarian that's the wielder of those leashes, or Are there?
No, that is the Lamias.
That's Lamia's. Okay, good to know.
He doesn't seem to be doing a lot of the dirty work himself. He seems to be down in the tunnels and doesn't seem to leave them. I wish I could tell you about what's underneath there, but I haven't been under, so.
Can't think of any other questions. Anybody else? No.
I think we have enough to know our next move.
Well, thank you again for all your help. And she would, Formo, reach out to shake her hand and just kind of not sure what to do because the slightest difference would probably make doing anything like that tricky.
Yeah. She'd just look at you, then scoff, and then pick up her weapon and start walking away.
I lean in close to someone to the group and just say, "Right then, how do we know she's not just gonna go back and tell the others down the hill that we're here now? I mean, she's just kind of, how do you say, Pledrum, hedged her bets now?"
I would say that she's probably one of neutrality. Just go with whatever side is winning.
And you think we're
It's
winning?
not a problem until we're not winning, right?
Still, it wouldn't be a bad idea to find another cave like we talked
Cheer
about.
up, Gord.
Agreed.
We're high on victories right now. Seriously, cheer up. It's probably going to get a lot worse real soon.
I don't know. This all smells off to me. It's not just the stink of these dying giants.
Well, if it helps, she doesn't have that same sort of evil aura that the others possessed. I think she genuinely is just take things as they come, and I doubt she's as eager to play along with these people as she would be to just, I think in general she just wants to do her own thing.
A poisonous snake will bite you. Doesn't mean it means anything by it. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
But the poison gets you all the same. I'm gonna go find some more caves. Stomp off
that's
a little
good
bit,
idea.
punch a rock because people were talking about bears. Keep going.
So are we thinking checking the spider caves tomorrow? Or?
Do we want spiders or wyverns?
I think
I
spiders
thought we were going to take out that dragon first.
don't lead us there.
I think dragon first would be good. I think
Yeah, that was the plan.
especially
last time.
especially since it sounds like there might be more than one, and imagine we might be able to find some to just cause chaos and retribution for being enslaved.
Also, don't recall if this was coming off a camp or middle of the thing.
I'm not gonna make you roll to find another cave. You guys can find somewhere to camp out for the rest of the night. You only had I think an hour or two, and we'll just say that you have a long rest to refresh everything now.
Do a survival to try and cover our tracks a little bit better.
Yes, you would need to do that though.
I could do that.
There.
During the
over his track.
There we go.
Oh, that was
All
with the
right.
two.
I'm very
the
good at
good news
survival.
The good news is I've been thinking it over, and I don't think that what was his name, Mockmurian, could see through those other giants' eyes, which means he'll probably just think she defected.
But she's
Or-
walking back to camp.
I thought she was just going to continue a patrol, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Well, either way, because the Lamias are doing all the mind controlling for him, those were probably just dominated.
It's possible.
And do you say we got a night's rest in, or what was the
Yeah, you'll have a night's
Okay.
rest. So you can
good? Because I
fill
could
up,
use the
fill
hit
up your
points back.
stats.
I got hit once, and that was a good
Yeah.
chunk
And
of
did
my
she?
health.
She, by the way, she did say she was one of the weaker giants of the ones
Yeah.
that are not the normies.
Oh yeah, so set my health back up to max.
Yeah, you guys I think had leftover things to heal yourself, so I'm not going to sweat. Be like, okay, now.
I probably would just before we rested just done a few communal channels or some channeling to get health up.
Yeah, I figured you were going to do something like that, so that's all I figured.
You want me to roll just to see how much I could do?
Huh? No, well, I'm just saying, don't worry about that.
Okay.
You guys can start fresh and have everything healthed up and everything.
Okay. During the rest, Vix would have talked to Felix a bit. So, assuming that, I don't know if they're chromatic or metallic dragons, but across the board, how likely are the dragons to serve another?
He kind of thinks it for a moment. It's like, from what I guess, it would be that either he has overpowered them and forced them to do it against their bidding, or he has offered them substantial reward.
So those that were kind of forced into it rather than, given the carrot, as it were. Do you think they're likely to go for vengeance or just get out of here if we gave them the opportunity to help out?
If they are not actually dominated like she suggests, probably both.
Okay. Something to consider.
Mm-hmm.
So, continuing on to the dragons then?
And before we teleport, I'm definitely putting up resist energy communal.
Well, as far as getting people on our side, it's gonna be hell of a lot better for us to get these dragons if we can than these zombie giant guys.
Agreed.
Was it a red dragon?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to do resist energy, or do you want me to do protection?
I mean, they kind of stack, but they don't. So, if you want to do it as well, I specifically prepped that for fire because I believe, we're an 11th level caster, so it's 30 points off of whatever it throws. But the protection eats it all before that.
Yeah.
The question is, how are you guys getting over to the dragon? Because I imagine you're going to cast these when you're close enough to where they're going to matter.
We were going to teleport it twice, and the last time I specifically said I was going to use up the remaining time on the thing to make it so that it was well studied.
Yep, no worries.
I'm going to go ahead and cast Bark Skin and Long Strider. And,
I'm also going to cast Dark Vision on myself, which is hours per level.
Well, if we're getting all buffed up, then I might as well go into Werebear form just to save a standard action.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it smells
Beware
like
the
raw meat.
Werebear.
Because I can do that for hour increments, so it's really not that bad.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to cast before we?
I think
I didn't really explore the cave because.
Yeah. The ones I cast are long. They're 100 minutes at this level.
So, aside from the one dragon, we're not entirely certain what we're going to find in there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll. I think we're probably going to get into combat pretty quickly. I'll save it for when we're in combat, whatever.
I'm checking over my spells real quick, see if anything is more than a minute per level.
Yeah, I was thinking about Mirror Image, but it's only a minute per level, which we are level 11, so it's 11 minutes if we're going through, but I think I'll just wait for us to get into combat, honestly.
I think I'll just hold off because everything I'm looking at is minute per level, so.
All right, let's go.
Okay, go ahead and give me that D100 for the teleport.
Give me that sweet 100.
Should be pretty easy to get this one, but there's always that chance.
Reach, why do you always blindfold us before we teleport?
He totally doesn't have she doesn't have a weird dungeon to take you all to that has a big old metal pot in the center of it.
Well, Kenneth just left, apparently.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, if you're about to go fight a dragon, I bet you'd have to pee too.
Yeah, he just left the call, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought, Pop.
Well, I am going to take a bio break then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, and he dropped from Roll22.
You must have gotten like internet disconnect.
Yep. Or after 7 years, he finally just got fed up with our shit.
I mean, there's always that too.
You know what? I'm done.
He rolled a D100 and he disconnected quickly enough to where I couldn't see it just because it was so bad.
He's doing the Rise of the Runelords speedrun glitch right now.
Because
Just hopped forward in like physical time.
I'm telling you, we could do a thing. Twitch stream Adventure Path speedrunning. That's original.
Yeah.
Run up and stab him. He's evil. How do you know?
I read the book. Moving on.
The book. If you want to get anything better than a mid run, you got to read the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did say he studied it carefully with the scrying things he did.
Yeah.
So the worst possible option can only happen on a 100 roll.
Mm-hmm. So here's the real question, though: if a wish spell can grant a wish, could I have my character wish for the written copy of this adventure path?
No.
No.
No. Yes, but it'll be in Braille, and you're not allowed to use an online Braille translator either. Yes, those are a thing.
Oh no, I'm sure.
Yes, but it's entirely written in Spanish, and you don't get to read it until you learn to speak Spanish.
Fun fact: the Braille translators online saw a huge rise back in the day of I think it was Pokemon Emerald or Pokemon Fire Red or something like that, because they have a part in the game where things are written in Braille,
Mm-hmm.
and people did not know what the fuck it was and had to figure it out.
For the Reggies, I think, right?
Yeah.
Reggie Rock, Reggie Gigas.
Didn't they add a new Reggie recently too?
I don't fucking know, dude. I do not keep up with
I know.
There's been like 600 or something since the last time I've picked up one of those games. I'll see. I feel like an old man now because I see a Pokemon and I'll go, I have no clue what the fuck that one is.
Right.
What its name is, what type it is.
The last one I played that I actually enjoyed was X and Y. They went so backwards with Sun and Moon, I just couldn't play it, and then I haven't played one since because it put me off of them so bad.
Yeah. See, my thing was I played Pokemon Red, the original one, back in the day, and then because I didn't have a handheld, I just didn't get any Pokemon games for years. And then I got on my Switch, I picked up Sword, and then I've just been really enjoying that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I've already beaten it, but
the only thing I've heard people bitch about is the lack of Pokemon in it compared to other ones, but
it's just so funny to me to hear people who have been keeping up with the series saying that. They're like, it's so devoid of content and lacking of Pokemon. And then I jump from Gen 1, I'm like, there's so much going on now.
yeah, no, that's not my problem with it anyway. I just haven't played it because
Pokemon temperate thing? Like they have personalities that affect stats now? What?
Mhm.
If you give your Pikachu enough cocaine, it becomes a erratic personality type, which gives it higher attack? I don't know.
But yeah, the reason I stopped playing was Sun and Moon. Literally, the entire first half of the game was one large tutorial And not just normal Pokemon game tutorial. Like, I am going to hold your hand and have you just talk to people the entire way with the occasional fight in between.
Gombo, if you're talking about just jumping from Gen 1, you're practically going, this game isn't a broken piece of unreleasable shit. That game was fucking so broken in so many ways.
Oh yeah. I still have the cartridge. It's worth like $500. Not selling it, it just is.
Last seen Kenneth is 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only explanation is he actually teleported.
Oh no, the satanic panic were right.
Let me see. I pulled up the Wikipedia, the Bulbapedia Pokemon Wikipedia thing for the list of glitches in Generation 1. And it's like a fucking encyclopedia.
Yeah, my favorite one was they didn't code the slash attack properly, so Persian was like one of the most broken Pokemon in Gen 1.
Mm.
Because it just auto crit all the time. I was going to mention it earlier, but I saw that they're fiddling around with one-way barriers on Roll20.
Oh, that's cool.
So you can see through one side, but not the other.
That'd be nice.
It's just, again, it's only for like the highest tier subscription, though.
Hey, I got that. So if I'm in your game, it'll unlock it for you. Because I figured I'd do this every week, so look it. What else am I spending my money on? Social life.
I'm spending it on diet. So makes me hate my life, but it's necessary. I'm down 60 pounds though, so
Jeez,
great.
that's awesome.
Nice.
well, damn it, Kenneth, where the fuck are you?
Yep.
Where the hell did you go? You gotta go back on the call, Kenneth.
Damn it, Bobby.
Yeah, normally if it's something like this, he'll just text us on his phone.
Actually, Cope, Hank would never say damn it to Bobby. He's setting a good example for him. He says, God dang it, Bobby.
I haven't seen that show in a long time. That was a good one, though.
And they're making it again.
Fucking
Yep.
love. Oh.
They're doing a sequel?
I mean, pretty much, yeah. I guess the characters are supposed to be, they're going to age them up and everything.
Well,
So.
one of those men would have died by now. I mean, boom.
At least one out of that group that like sits in front of the fucking on the porch couch.
Yeah,
I picture Bill Dotrieve is going to be on oxygen.
Yeah, that I'd be okay with that change.
And then what's his name? Dale's going to be addicted to bath salts.
What's the one that you can't understand? That's Dale?
That's Boomhauer.
Boomhauer.
Yeah, Boomhauer, of course, would have died in a fatal police shooting because he is a Texas Ranger, as we said in the last episode.
Well, there you go.
They just include a really weird detail where he sets down his wallet and he has a fucking Texas Ranger like badge in there.
Yeah, man, you sound up on the internet.
It's all fun and games till someone gets hurt in a freak gasoline fight accident. That was a joke from both Hot Shots and also an actual thing that happened in Zoolander. I don't know who was referencing who, but it was funny. I swear though, if Kenneth torpedoes this game, then we'll start harassing him instead of Loki.
I'll bring him again. Probably won't do much, but you know.
Yeah, I know. I was wrong.
You see, I knew things were going too well when everyone was on time and
I know.
plugged up.
I was punctual and on time and ready to play.
Wasn't
Yeah.
my fault
for
this
dinner,
time.
Loki?
What was that?
What's for dinner?
Oh, was chicken and rice.
Nice.
I made sun-dried tomato stuffed pork tenderloin last night.
Oh, nice.
That sounds good.
So I went to the cut glitch section for Generation 1 to find the one you were talking about, Richard.
Mm-hmm.
And there's more than one cut glitch, apparently. Or was it cut or was it
Slash.
or slash? Okay, yeah, I was wondering because the only glitches with cut were used to cut down trees. The invisible tree
Yep.
and the standing on a tree glitch.
Kenneth's back.
Yay!
Had to sign in on my new phone because I hadn't done that yet. I wasn't expecting the internet to fuck off for what'll probably be 2 hours.
Oh, fuck.
So it's done this twice before this week, or in the last week, and it sucks. I was hoping it wouldn't happen tonight, but hey, fuck me.
Yeah, it always happens when you're like on a call with someone.
Mm-hmm. So if it comes back, I'll be back on the desktop. But until then, people are going to have to do my rolls for me.
Richard, roll the 1d100 for him. I want to see this 100.
Oh God, no, not Richard.
Fun fact, I rolled fairly well. So you teleport on target.
When I looked down, I saw the rolling D100 first, and I thought he did it. He rolled 100.
Now I just
So,
want to do it one more time to see.
Reach takes out the chloroform rag. We all fall asleep and wake up at our destination.
Mhm.
Yeah, with a
Yeah, we all wake up to being thrown out of the back of a moving semi truck at a location.
yeah, you all teleport and you land safely at the lip of this cave, and you're like, when you first appear, you're like, I would say like maybe a foot off the ground. You hit the ground, you hear like metal cling against your boots, and you realize that there is a mass amount of coins just littered across. I actually will take you to said map, and I will give you the flavor text if it has it. I don't think it does. It does not. But standing, it seems to be about over 500 feet above the ground level. This cave is littered with thousands upon thousands of coins. Even taking a small step, it feels like a little bit treacherous, and like you kind of have to adjust yourself as you walk to not slide underneath the vast amounts of coins. In the distance, you do hear the heavy breathing of a large creature, though it is not seeming to be in your sight as of yet.
I think.
All right.
I'll go ahead and bring
gonna
up initiative just right now because get
I'm
it
a
out of
great
the way.
character because I listened to our last episode and we talked about this for a long time. We haven't this episode, so our characters being it only a day away, we had discussed possibly using the invisibility sphere and or trying to talk to the dragon.
There's
Yeah,
at least one dragon I see.
Read the dialogue from The Hobbit.
Yeah.
This dragon goes, "You must be one of those meddling lake men."
And then I hit it with a rock.
So
Out of
your name is
curiosity,
Barrel Rider.
Is the cadence of the breathing one of sleep or consciousness?
Doesn't seem like it's sleeping.
Okay.
All right, initiative. And this darkness is representative. It's dark, right?
Yes.
This doesn't. Okay.
Like it's dark within the cave. You can't see any further deeper than this with the lights on the outside.
Yeah,
Like
I don't.
where you're standing, it is light. There is light right here.
Yes, I can't see anything.
Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because I was because obviously Pledgeum doesn't have dark vision, so if it's just dark, then I can't
No,
see.
here, let me get a transparent thing on there real quick.
Also, this dragon may still be blind.
Man, sure if they're not doing anything else in there that requires heavy breathing.
But I can use invisibility to answer Cope's question. You guys just all have to huddle around me.
How does that look for Pledgeum now?
I still can't see
I do.
anything.
Do have like 4 ever burning torches I could have given you.
Yeah, it's just for some reason this thing is not working. Like,
Well, Pledgeum can also cast light as a cantrip, which is why I
try moving your token real quick and see if the light adapts to. I had just put the light down, so.
No. And I just reloaded too, and I still can't see anything. I'm just
I put it on the wrong layer. Hold on a second. Yeah, I did.
I swear to God, Roll20 moves this shit sometimes.
How's that?
Yeah, I can see now. I'll put something down and I'll be sure it's on the fucking lighting layer, but I put it on the map layer.
It's just so.
But that's about as far as you can see with the light that emits. Actually,
Yeah.
it'll be a little bit farther than that. Let me tweak real quick. There we go. That's about as far as you can see with the light.
We are good to go then.
I'm up for the invisibility spear idea.
All right. Huddling, guys.
Wouldn't that hide the light? Does it be inside the sphere?
Wait, so that's a question. Is light invisible naturally? Or are we technically seeing it at all times?
If you guys are wearing like a torch or something,
I think it hides the flame, not the light.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's like thought experiment this. So, technically speaking, how eyes work is our optic nerves are recording information.
We're not doing science. I will flip this desktop.
Is okay. You hold a torch and then you go invisible. Now it's a floaty light. That's what happens.
Yeah, that's basically all I'm saying. Listen, end of the day, everything that we think we see is actually just a hallucination in our brain.
Oh, Gorg died.
Do we think the invisibility sphere is going to be helpful with us walking on coins?
Yeah, not if we're carrying a big light.
Won't make it worse.
I say we just approach his envoys and see if he wants to talk or die.
Out of curiosity, everyone just roll me a flat d20 real quick.
Oh, he's right there. Ow!
I'll go ahead and roll for Kenneth since he's not able to join. I rolled a 1 for Kenneth, so don't worry about it, Kenneth.
Don't worry, I balanced out with a natural 20.
So a lot of you realize that you landed on the front of his cave with a jingle of coins that is kind of on the spilling out of the cave entrance. If he is awake, he probably sees you because where you're standing there is light. So,
quick, someone shout quack!
Quack!
Why would I quack?
Yeah, Fixer just yells quack. You hear the dragon go, "Oh, it's just a duck."
Must have been the wind.
And then we enter the next chamber, and he's actually got a whole assortment of ducks. Just one of the many.
Yeah, that's his hoard is ducks.
Yeah, he hoards of coins. These are fake coins. These are chocolate coins right
One
here.
of the ducks. That's why. Oh.
At this point, I think Fix will just go ahead and cast Angelic Aspect.
Let's go in, see if he wants to talk or die.
Talk or die, talk or die. Reset my health to full really quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, the turn order is up, so feel free to start moving in as you will.
Lead the way, Fix them.
Fix will fly up.
Angel.
Go there. And Actually, spread out a bit. There.
You cast and then double moved.
Oh, that's right. I there we go.
Okay. As you fly in, you hear a deep voice speak out from the cave, like, "I remember you. You were the dirty fighters that blinded me in that human town."
Would you like to repeat, or would you like to talk things out?
He thinks for a brief moment. It's like, I imagine you're not here for revenge against me. You're here for the giants, I assume.
That's correct.
Sure, we can talk. Come
Yes,
and enter my home, but do not touch anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust him.
But that's what
Sense
he
motive.
says. So,
Basically, does it seem
seems
like
he
he's going to attack the second we're all in
he doesn't
range?
seem like he's going to attack like right away or anything. He does seem to be on that like edge of, I don't know whether I want to talk to you or eat you, kind of.
Mhm.
It could honestly go either way at this point.
Mhm.
You?
Pledrum?
All right, so he wants us to come in closer.
Yep.
All right. Then I will stand near the shiniest thing in this pile.
Gotcha. You stand next to a couple pieces of platinum.
Well, I'm gonna put spider climb on myself and then crawl up, try and find a stalactite to hang behind.
Gotcha. When it gets to your turn, I'll move you accordingly. Gork, what are you doing?
Double move, trot up next to Pledrum.
30 feet is double movement?
I'll
Oh yeah, you're a dwarf.
move 20.
Yeah. I always forget that you're not a barbarian with the fast movements thing.
Yep.
So.
When I'm in dire bear form, my movement's 40. So I kind of slide all over the place.
Yeah. Manuel is hugging the wall, apparently. If you're talking Cope, you're not saying anything.
I wouldn't. He's just moving.
Gotcha. And then Reesh is spider climbing and then moving up towards the wall to get up to a stalagmite or a tight.
Oh, is this a wall?
Yes.
Okay. Am I too far in it?
No, you're fine. You're basically right against the wall right there.
Okay.
Affixa.
Right. Spread out a bit. Go ahead and double move.
Don't forget Xerxes.
Oh, right.
I just put it on the map in case you want to do anything with it. You can just say it's draped around you if you want.
Yeah, chilling on in the kitty bag.
Hey,
All I picture you is to have one of those messenger bags that you just have a cat in at all
Right.
times.
You ever see the backpack that has like a little window
Yep.
in it for
Yeah.
the cat to watch out?
Dragon's just kind of waiting for y'all. You see, like, it's on the biggest pile of coins. It's kind of like, you can tell it's like scrunched close to it to make like a makeshift bed. It does seem like, since you can see it, it does seem to have its vision back and is able to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Pledrum.
All right, going to walk in closer. That'll be one movement. See what I can see. Is it?
It's pretty dark inside the cave. You need to light something up if you wanted to see.
All right, then I will just cast light. Right? Yeah. So I'll just cast light.
I believe that's a 60-foot cone of light, right? Or 20-foot.
Radius.
If it does bright light then dim light, which I believe light does, there should be just a default light tool on the side toolbar for DMs in Roll20 that you can just click it and it'll just make a light. Looks like a little torch.
Hmm.
There's a
Oh yeah,
fix.
I forget that's the thing though. I
Yeah.
just adjusted his vision based on
Yeah, that works too.
the emitting light.
That's
Alright.
the little torch thing is actually one of their better new features in my opinion.
Unfortunately, that is a standard action, so that's all I can do.
Darn. If you can see again, I was looking over my spell list and I was just thinking, if I use Mage Hand, I could distract him if all he's using is sight or hearing. But now you can see.
So I would like to maybe roll a perception check to see if there's anything else hiding, because we were told that there's 3 dragons, so if there's some sign of them.
Oh yeah,
She
you can
also
go ahead
said
and look. Like, are you just looking like around with a perception? Or are you trying to do a survival to see if there's like tracks or things that you could tell that there have been other things here before?
Either really.
I'll let you pick then,
The
whichever
wire.
one you want to roll.
On the sheet's giving me issues. Did that thing where it minimizes itself? Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting a knock on my window.
Hey, Gumbo, she did say that the other 2 dragons are usually in the hole, but doesn't mean they're not here right now.
Okay. Well, I'll do a survival for tracks anyway. So that would be a 26. Roll lows for me on the survival. Good thing I've got a plus 19 and then various other modifiers.
From what you can gather, it's mostly just the tracks of the one dragon that seems to be dragging back and forth. Doesn't seem to like it shares its nest with anything.
What about like recent giant footprints? I mean, just yesterday we saw
With
someone.
that roll, you don't see anything that really stands out to you.
Okay.
It is a stone ground. There is some debris and obviously the coinage and stuff, but nothing that you can tell of like, oh, there has been a giant here like yesterday.
Unless they hit their head on the ceiling. I look up.
Dragons are well renowned for their ability to share.
There's a toupee on the ceiling.
just a
Giant
giant
size.
doing a Spider-Man thing on the ceiling as I make eye contact with him.
Yeah, rolling the survival doesn't take your action for this if you wanted to move any further.
Okay, yeah. I'll just boop. Double move.
Got it.
Yeah, this feels like we're walking into a kill corridor.
No.
Technically, murder hallway.
Technically a suicide canal, but who's counting? Juan and Emmanuel move up.
Manuel's going to do a perception check for invisible.
Roll that perception.
Just to be hostly, he invites us out to the violence veranda.
It's right next to the pain pavilion.
Looking
Lovely
around,
view
you
of the
don't see
Gore
anything
gazebo.
visible.
I was thinking Gore Gazebo too.
Agony Atrium?
And you're just saying, I hope you just said you're looking for only things that are like invisible and stuff. Or are you looking for anything else in particular?
No, trying to find anything hiding, skulking, waiting to ambush us.
Okay, yeah, you don't see anything like that. There's nothing. There's not like big piles of gold coins that is hiding a body that's like crouching or anything like that. Just seems to be the one dragon inside here. Fix it. Reach did move in. He's about 20 feet up on the ceiling, hiding behind one of the stalagmites.
No. There's no. What's the convert standard action to a defense?
Like, I can't remember what it's called.
I think it's full defense. Is full defense a full round action?
I think it's just a standard action.
Okay, then I'll go full defense.
Yeah. But yeah, I think so. By the time you get there, though, he does kind of speak up again. It's like, so I imagine you're come to take down the Jorgen Fist, as they call it. Those pains in my side. Mockmurian and his lot.
Vix would look around and kind of tilt her head and say, doesn't seem like the most painful, unless if this was not gifted to you and this is your own horde before they even came across.
Oh no, it has grown since my participation with him, but I can't exactly say my participation was willing. It was this or die by his onslaught, and well, I'm nothing if not one that attempts to survive everything I can. So, are you here to fight, or are you here to bargain?
Bargain if possible. Really, we have no qualms with you now that you're no longer attacking Sandpoint. We just don't want you to be one of those that tries to get in our way with what we're doing down below.
He's like, I can tell you everything I know about the layer below Jorgenfist, and everything I know about Mockmurian as much as I do know about him in terms of his offensive capabilities. In return, I ask that, he kind of thinks for a moment, I ask for an equal share of whatever wealth you obtain from your assault on the giants.
This guy's a joke.
If you want an equal share, then you'll have to do equal work, not just information. You'll have to help in the attack.
It's just shiny rocks, guys.
Roll a diplomacy.
It's just shiny rocks, guys. Get over it.
That's pretty good. He's like, thinks about it. It's like, I've always wanted to burn some giants. I could help you with that, I suppose, but I will demand 2 shares of the profits.
Yeah, that is equal share, equal work. I will do something in return. Get stuff.
So
he is a dragon.
I would like to say for this interaction, you can't see Gork's facial expression clearly because he's in werebear form, but in his head, he's just seeing all these people arguing over shiny rocks, and they're like acting like it's deathly serious. And he's seeing the dragon doing the exact same thing, and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm surrounded by morons." Literally, lives are at stake. You're like, but the shinies,
or the magical items.
Who cares? I kill things with my hands.
No.
Do you actually tell him no?
Equal share for equal work. It's a hell of a lot better than dying here and now. I'll roll an intimidate on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because we already pretty handily kicked this dude's shit in.
Yeah, when you say that, he's like, how is it not an equal share? I inform you all about my former lair, the layout of it, the defenses he has that I know of, his offensive capabilities, and I offer to assault some of the giants in retaliation for them constantly annoying me with their requests and services that are under order of Mockmurian. I believe that is more than fair for 2 shares of whatever wealth you obtain.
But you forget what we do for you in return. We get Mockmurian off your back for good.
He just kind of scoffs, like, I can do that in time.
You don't.
When were you thinking?
He just glares at you when you ask that.
Yeah, we can schedule around you. You have very flexible hours.
If you do not wish to bargain, I suggest you leave my cave before I get any angrier.
How about you could have 2 shares, but you'll get middle and last pick of items.
He thinks about it for a moment. He's like, I'm reading a couple of
While
things
he's,
that they have for his stuff.
While he's contemplating this offer, what do I have to do to stealthily grab one of these platinum pieces and put it in my back pocket?
Probably just a sleight of hand.
So 2 shares would mean instead of us splitting it 5 ways, we split it 7 ways, and he gets
2 of them.
2 7ths. Okay.
Oh,
Keep
for
in mind,
all the
grabbing
trees in the
Could-
forest, he can have my share. I don't care. Just shut
see
up,
what his
all you
perception
insane
is.
people. That's what Gork's shouting.
I'm okay with 2 shares for all that information. That's
Yeah.
pretty valuable, and I don't know where we'd get it from otherwise.
Well, he is going to fly up and begin to fly towards Pledrum because you took some of his shinies. So that answers that question regardless. He is a dragon. And you touched,
Yep.
you
That was
touched
an
his pretties.
excellent Kenneth side.
No, that was Loki's doing.
And mine.
Oh,
Yeah.
lucky Kenneth side.
I just, I mean, anything he could tell us, I could probably get through Arcane Eye, honestly.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm,
and look at all this loot right here that we're about to
Yeah.
get.
So starting us up at the top of the order, Fixer, you see him rise up. He is. I will say he's probably about 10 feet off the ground right now.
Fix would use her swift action to say, "I wouldn't," as she uses smite, and we'll just ready attack for if he gets within range, and fly in the way.
Gork, it's a red dragon.
Oh no, the groans and sighs are
hold on.
mostly
Let
out
me-
of character. I mean, Gork still thinks it's stupid that everyone was arguing over treasure.
I decided not to go diagonal. I wanted to go back towards the group. Do you remember where I was approximately? It was like right.
I believe you're
Like right here because you were right on the edge of my sight. Yeah, right there.
Okay, so I want to draw back and form up with the group a little bit. And yeah, ready attack if it gets within range.
Gotcha. On his turn, he has a 5 speed of 80. He is going to fly up to here, and in the air, he's going to start beating his wings as a cloud of dust from the cave and coins begin to envelop the area as he creates a dust cloud.
Immediately around him?
I'm going to make the aura right now.
Okay.
It has a specific radius. Let's see.
What that do?
Probably makes it so I can't shoot him.
Everything has a mischance at radius. So.
Okay.
So that's the big size of the dust cloud.
Oh my god! Is it everything?
Yeah, it is a heavy wind that he propels with his wings. To be fair, this does take his action that he could use to try to decimate people.
Yeah.
But everything within there, anything beyond 5 feet, has a 50% mischance. Oh, sorry, no. For this one, you have a 20% mischance at 15 feet and closer. But at more than 15 feet, you have a 50% mischance. It's not the one that's like adjacent. You have to be to not have the 50. Either way, you do have a mischance regardless of how far away you are. And then that will be his action, and that will take us to Pledge.
So,
Also, let me fix something real quick for Pledrum, because this action snuffs out. Oh, wait, no, you're using the light spell, not the torch. So never mind.
Yeah.
You're good.
of course I am. What do I look like? Some sort of peasant who carries around a torch? All right. So first things first, of course, going to start playing my funky music.
He is a white boy.
Yeah, I was about to say, as Pledrum is a white boy, so everyone can add Inspire Courage. Rolls. That is a move action on my turn. Tell me, what if I just picked up a handful of these coins and threw it at that dragon?
I mean, you do have. Don't you have throw anything?
Right?
Money.
Michael, don't you have throw anything?
I do have throw anything. Plus,
So it just
Jeez.
functions as your
but you got to.
Shuriken.
I would say the damage would probably be low. But I will say probably 1d4 plus modifiers.
So Shuriken.
But it has it still has the thrown range of 10 feet. So then you start getting penalties after 10 feet.
I thought that increased with something.
You might have something that increases it. I don't know for sure, but in general, normal thrown things I have a range of I think 10, and then it goes -2 after every increment afterwards.
I could have sworn it was like strength, something with strength about getting your. Anyways, I'll figure it out later. So how far away is he? Because I can't even. Oh, I see him at the very edge of the screen. How far up is he?
He's about 10 feet up.
10 feet up?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I could get right underneath him, I would be able to throw it. Theoretically, because it's a 10-foot range.
I'm looking at the weapons category on D20, and it doesn't have anything about the range increasing.
Yeah, all right. I'll have to look into that then, because I'm pretty sure there's something that can increase your thrown weapon range. So that is where I'll go. I will not be close enough to attack, unfortunately, but I did throw his coins back at him, or I'm planning to rather. Probably just picked up.
There is the feat called distance thrower and the far shot feats, but I don't think there's anything otherwise.
All right, I'll probably have to look into getting some of just ranged options, man. Ranged options.
Oh yeah, it's all good. Gork, you're up.
Okay. He's 10 feet up. How high could one jump straight up?
There's a table in acrobatic. Gotta go.
Yeah, I can bring it up real quick.
It's a roll, so it's
Yeah, I figured. I got +10 acrobatics, so I'm not terrible.
I will say everything has a -5 in here for acrobat because of the slippery footing. Because the coins, just FYI before.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, high jump. High jump with a DC of 16 would be 4 feet. Anything greater than 4 feet is +4 per foot. So if you're trying to get up to hit him, I believe you have to be within 5 foot of him. So that'd be what, a DC 24, I'll say. +5 because 29 because of the -5.
Not impossible, but not likely either. Fine. All right. I'm gonna spend my action.
Do you want to get in flanking position?
How can I flank him? He's 10 feet in the air.
If Juan can bring him down.
I mean, yeah. If you think one's gonna bring him down, I can hold action to charge if Richard will let me do that.
Yeah, you can hold action to charge.
For action charge.
Yeah,
Okay.
get ready.
Emmanuel.
All right, Emmanuel is going to cast Animal Growth on Juan.
Ground control to make.
So that makes him bigger.
One size larger.
Swing, swong.
Oh God.
And then Juan is going to invoke his smite.
One day. Juan's gonna stop taking orders from Emmanuel, and Emmanuel.
Let's hope
I'm
that
just
doesn't
saying, somebody
happen
just needs to
soon.
cast Awaken Animal on him, and then all of a sudden Emmanuel's without that snake.
It would be ugly. All right, here he goes. Big money.
Miss. So both of those miss.
4 and an 8.
Oh God! It gives
Do
me
you want a hero point reroll anything there,
You
Co?
can't hero point the animal companion.
Yeah, he won't let me do the animal companion.
I stated that from session 1. The animal
It's
companion and
No,
familiar.
it's fair. I just
Richard.
said interesting. Nothing
That-
against it.
Richard, I gotta say that's a great idea for a villain. Just someone who goes around awakening other people's animal companions.
I mean, that'd be a good way to make a druid villain. Not gonna lie.
There's an archetype for druid where you de-domesticate animals, and then wild animals turn into dire animals, and then at high levels you can do it to people, which is horrifying.
I'm gonna make a dire human.
No, they just literally just turn into non-sentient, feral, cannibalistic people that run around on all fours. It's horrifying. And
Sounds
they're
like a fun
very
idea
clear.
for the evil game, though.
Yeah, it would have been a great idea because they're very clear. They're like, no, this isn't like a spell. It's an it's a day-long process with no rolls. I'm like, what do you do to them? That's terrifying to think
Right.
about.
Are you gonna do anything as Emmanuel, or?
He casted. He'll do a move action to give Juan. Wait, no, to give fix a combat advice. So she'll get a +2 on her next attack.
Gotcha. Reese, you're about
Oh, and Emmanuel's gonna back up.
50 feet away from the dragon. You're on the ceiling, about 20 feet up. Whatever you want to do, just let me know.
With the exception of you, we're all pretty closely grouped up. I think everybody but you is within 30 feet. But you could move 25 to get within that range if you want to do a group buff.
I'd be closer to. I was considering blocking off its exit with Wall of Force.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, will that reach high enough?
Yeah, that's the question. Is the
it's 20 feet up, and then the width of it is, let's see, about 40 feet. So a 20 by 40 foot wall.
Guess I've got 130 10-foot tiles.
But you only have,
yeah.
Big enough
Or
to
not 100. Yeah. 13 10-foot tiles.
large creature.
Just have to
Or just
block.
make it so he has to land to get out, if nothing else.
But yeah, you can definitely wall the force him in, and he won't be able to escape out of here.
Yeah, so that's 80 of it. I've got, guess I could extend the, ooh, that'd be neat. Yeah, let's extend down to the bottom of that. 10 by, so I've got 10 by 50 platform into the room that people could, in theory, stand on. Get off the difficult terrain.
So it's like it's like above people.
It depends on how the cake's shaped, I guess.
It's like a straight. It's like a. It's a long straight shot.
A deck, basically. A deck where we could stand and not be on the coins.
Yeah, and also kind of like the force to be a little off color so they can actually see it. Still see, but yeah.
Does it hurt us if we touch it?
No, it's just a wall.
Okay.
So this is about the size of the green one's about the size of what's on the wall then, around on the ground.
Cast that'll be 13 rounds that it'll last.
Gotcha. So yeah,
hopefully getting terrain's enough of a buff.
That'll definitely get rid of the difficult terrain. As you just see this wall of force shoot out, and like you see all the coins just rush to the end of the chamber as it gets pushed by the wall of force.
5 foot flat, and full attack. First one is at a +2, second one is at a +1.
That will miss, hit.
Got him with a shield. That would add 10 more damage for the first hit with wait, why is it +18? Let me. Oh, power attack and smite. Okay, yeah, that would be 10 more damage for the first hit I land with smiting.
Yeah, he definitely roars in pain after he gets hit that with that blow, but luckily he managed to like fly around and managed to avoid a lot of the blows.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yes, he does. So he is going to 5 foot flap himself over here. And then he is going to. Oh, actually, before I continue, roll a d100. 20 and lower, it missed because of the obscuring dust. Nope, you're good. He is going to full attack Juan.
He'll provoke from Emmanuel on the first shot.
I think I was flanking. Would 2 more have made a difference? So
No.
33. Okay.
31 wouldn't have hit.
It would have been a 33 for that first one.
No, that still wouldn't have hit.
Okay.
So he's going to. He has bite, 2 claws, 2 wings. Then he's going to slap at Afixa with his tail.
Okay.
So first is the bite against Juan.
Is he affected by? I imagine he's probably not affected by his dust
He
cloud.
is not. He has
Okay.
special ability that lets him see through dust. So.
Okay.
So the first one will miss, and that will provoke from Emmanuel, right?
Yep.
Let's go ahead and make your attack. That will hit for 38 points.
I don't have any negatives in there for the dust cloud.
Go ahead and roll a d100, and 50 or lower, you miss. No, that hits. So you managed to pick out this dragon through the dust. It's kind of obscuring your vision and it's kind of choking your breath. And it just lands true. It hits him right into the shoulder of his claw, his like left claw. Speaking of claws, 2 of them against Juan. 1.
To miss.
And then 2.
Miss. Juan's at a 31 AC right now with his bar.
Yeah, I figured with the smite and everything else. He is going to then do 2 wings against him.
For some reason, wings always get me.
Well, not so far. And then 1 tail attack against Afixa.
Yes.
And that's all he can do. And then it'll be Ledrum's turn.
Yeah, Pledrum's turn. Let's see. I think because I can't really get a good shot to act as fly, and I am not yet at the point in the game where I can fly on command. So I will empower someone who can. I am going to start a virtuoso performance with a spell that will let me do 2 performances in 1 round, and I will do my special bardic duelist performance. Blade. So it would add +1 for every 3 levels after 6.
You're level 11 now, so just a +2 bonus.
Mm-hmm. But
you could also use it to do like the other properties that have listed there.
yes, I mean, just which one is what bonus is speed? I click on it.
That's basically like haste, I believe.
I believe speed lets you take another attack in a full attack.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like haste. It just gives you an extra attack. Distance lets you get, longer distance. Keen makes it easier to crit. I can't remember what cleaving does, but probably something to do with cleaving.
Mighty cleaving really quick. Sorry, I haven't gotten to use this much because I just got the ability to cast 2 at one time. So, yeah. So the cleaving one would let you. Yeah, that one's looks pretty good. It lets you make another attack if the first one hits, but I mean, speed would just let you take that. So yeah, I'll just give speed, save time.
What are you putting it on?
Affixa. So Affixa can make the additional attack.
Gotcha. So essentially, Affixa, you have haste when it determines to add the extra attack for your full action.
Sounds good.
And then brings us down to Gork.
And that's into Inspire Courage, so keep those bonuses added to your rolls.
Okay.
All right, so this is some light chicanery here. I don't have reach on the dragon, but Juan definitely does because he's a huge-sized creature and he's a big snake. So
you want to yabba dabba do up him?
Yes, I would like to yabba dabba do charge up him if I could.
Someone play the sound effect. Okay.
I wish I had a soundboard and I would definitely have that on
there.
But yes, I would like to yabba dabba do charge up Juan, jump off of him to bear claw this dragon, because if that hits, then I get a free grapple attempt as well.
Yeah, go ahead. I will say make an acrobatics check to see if you can actually charge on top of Juan.
If that's not enough, I will use a hero point to reroll it.
I'm not going to tell you until you decide.
I'll roll a hero point to reroll it.
Okay.
I feel that's good.
Yeah, but
I'm going to try to be better about not telling you the results until you decide to use a hero point.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, that is better, and you are able to run up, and you actually use the metal framing of his armor that's strapped and bolted onto him, and are able to slide across Juan to make an attack.
Excellent. So this will only be a single bear claw. I'm not going to power attack. I have werebear form and bardic in place. A +2 for the charge is not going to be factored in. I do believe I am not flanking currently, correct?
You are not.
Let me just double check, make sure Giant Hunter is about giant subtype. Yeah, versus giants, not large creatures. Okay. Got it. Just got to check all these things.
Mm-hmm.
And
this dragon, I just can already tell is
bear claw. Hold on.
That will miss.
I know that'll miss. So okay. I got 2 hero points. I want this to work, so I'm gonna use my last reroll for this session. I don't care. I used none last time.
That
with a +2 because the charge is not factored in.
Okay, with the +2, that will make it.
All right. So here is the damage. It's the 12, not the 27, unfortunately, and the grapple. Did that just not
blank? Yeah.
All right, I'll just roll my CMB then, because it should. Yeah. +2 for grapple, which doesn't provoke an attack, obviously, because it's part of the claw. So that would be 21 to grapple, which I imagine fails.
Sorry, I was in the middle of talking to my family. Give me 1 second.
We're on a family aggro this time.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
Sorry, they were making a food run, so I was like, I want this.
Gotcha. I imagine 21
so
fails to grapple.
Yeah, 21 fails to grapple. In addition, by touching them with a physical contact, you also take 1d6 fire damage.
Follow-up question. Mischance.
Yeah, go
It's
ahead
an
and roll that
oral.
d20. It is
Yeah.
20% miss. D100, sorry. It's a 20% miss chance when you're adjacent to him.
Because if this misses, he doesn't take the damage, but then I don't take the damage.
True. Nope, you were able to hit him.
All right, so he takes 12 damage and I take 3. Not a big deal.
You wouldn't
Well,
take that
you-
damage either
well-
way because we've got resist elements 30.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
And you have protection from
120.
elements too. So
Yeah, so you're down to 117
So, yeah, for-
protection.
you guys can pretty much just forget about fire stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I will say he does remember you casting that shit before, which is why he hasn't led with a breath attack.
Yeah.
Well, at least I still nashed him one good.
Mm-hmm. Emmanuel.
All right, I assume Juan can't get in there tight, like over here. That's too far into the wall.
Yeah, I'd say that's too far. And he's a
Yeah.
large ass snake right now.
He is a very large snake. Gort, do
He's
you
one
have blood
big
for
boy.
the Empire?
Yes, I do. Also, does the Bardic apply to combat maneuvers? I'm sure it won't affect
It
the
still
result.
wouldn't make with that roll, but
That's all.
I think
know
it
that.
does.
But I was just wondering for future posterity.
It depends on the
I
bard
will-
sometimes, but I think it does.
I'll look really quick. I think it does, but
Because it's just another type of attack roll, I thought.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sure the +2 wouldn't have made a difference. I doubt 23 would have gotten him. But
Fire, courage. Let's see.
but
You
yes,
get
Scopa do have
+1 morale bonus on saving throws against charm and fear effects, and a +1 competence bonus on attack and weapon damage rolls. So
I would rule that as yes.
maybe.
That'll miss.
All right, then Juan.
I'll come over the attacks. You tell me.
First one will hit. Go ahead and give me that miss chance real quick. 20 or lower is what you're not wanting. So that will make contact. And let me see. CMD against. Nope, that just makes the grapple.
All right, so he's grappled and 36 and 39 damage. And I assume he comes down to the ground.
Yeah, he's basically adjacent to you right now. So
And now we're both have the grappled condition, which is nice that it's on our sheets.
not on the NPC sheet, unfortunately.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, that's the one downside to using the NPC sheets, which is why I do a lot of the macro still for setup.
Hmm.
But he is looking very rough now with Juan grappling him and choking the life out of him.
I enjoyed having conditions when I had 2 negative levels for 27 sessions.
Listen, man, I'm going to get those back on you.
Look,
I'm going to kill that thing.
Juan
one way or
is
another.
back and he's here with a vengeance now. Everyone come kill the dragon.
So you still got the miss chance aura up, you say?
Yes. It is just basically he kicked up a bunch of dust that lasts for a certain amount of rounds.
Well, I guess I'll fish out the toppling rod and magic missile at him, even though he's grappled. Let's see, it's 4, 8, 12, 15 damage, and the highest on there is 31 if I upcast.
Gotcha.
Which-
Still wouldn't trip him, but, you know,
Yeah.
he is already grappled, so. Fix it.
All right. 5 foot flat. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and full attack. You say he's looking rough?
He's looking very rough, yes.
Full attack.
And he's dead with the first attack.
Do you want me to roll the mischance?
Yeah, I'm going to roll the mischance, but you only have a 20%, so.
20.
Nope. And the dragon is brought low by this party.
All right, everyone, quick, get out your bags.
All right, we can keep going for today, guys. I didn't use much in that fight.
What is wrong with you people? Really? You broke down a negotiation over the tiny shiny things? Don't you want to save your town of wooden buildings and all the little people in it? My family out there being held in the fortress? And what? Your sticking point was who gets the most shiny rocks?
Manuel's filling a bag.
Gork, he's a red dragon.
I don't give a shit about the dragon. I'm questioning your lot's priorities.
I was more focused on the tools that could help us in the future.
Well,
so
he's
neat.
dead now, which might have come to that anyway, and we have gained nothing. I hope your little shiny discs are a comfort.
Well, we did gain the knowledge that we have one less thing to worry about sneaking up on us. Should the shit hit the fan.
Gork's already gone.
Okay, bye.
By the way, if
bumping
you
into
want
the force wall.
to go ahead and roll me an appraise check as you guys are gathering.
Yeah, I
shit
bump
up.
into the force wall.
Walk head
That was-
first. Point.
Cross apples.
Failed again.
Arms.
So roll mine.
I do need to point out that everybody wanted to give 2 shares except for Pledge Room.
It is a D20 plus 13.
Emmanuel.
What is?
The red dragon.
appraise.
Play this check and it shit the bed again.
Oh, I was wondering because you're still
3
in.
seconds. I missed the killing blow on the dragon.
It was a fix, so what'd you
Was it?
expect?
Oh, yeah, no, I heard her attack, and then in the 5 seconds it takes me to get the headphones from my phone back on, I hear us discussing that it's dead. So, yeah.
And dipping up the loot. Oh, Gordon goes crazy on us.
Do you want me to
So,
roll for your appraise, or?
yeah, I did just the stuff that you have appraised. So that's all the coinage. There's 360,000 copper pieces, 23,000 silver pieces, 3,400 gold pieces, 23 platinum pieces, a water opal worth money. It's all listed here. Someone can add it to the sheet. A rich blue diamond worth 1,600, a black opal worth 8,000, 3,500 gold of miscellaneous gems. The things you don't know quite the value of. There is a large tapestry leaning against the wall that is depicting monks sparring in a courtyard. There is a set of silver idols. One depicts a wyvern with a human rider, one with a human warrior trampling a demon underfoot, and one of a centaur dressed in plate mail armor. And then there is a leaping fish with a wide mouth filled with teeth. There is also a 6th idol that seems to depict a robed man with a ranseur that seems to be made of platinum.
All right, I missed one. I got a wyvern, a human, a centaur, a fish, and a robed man.
Yes.
Bigger.
That's 5.
Anything detecting as magical? Well, I don't have that ability, but magic.
Yeah, detecting magic. There is 2 things that radiate magic. There is a pair of dark lensed goggles and a tiny marble sphere. I'll go ahead and go on to Kenneth's sheet real quick and go and roll the spellcraft, because magic people be magic people.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a 33 passives.
Oh yeah. So there is a set of dark sight goggles that grant the wearer dark vision up to 120 feet, as well as a +4 competence bonus on perception and survival checks to track while underground. And the sphere is a stone of alliance. I will go ahead. It's a lot of text, but it is
What's a
like here.
alliance?
It is something that you use with either animal companions or familiars.
Oh, useless to me.
Gimme.
I mean, does Gort count?
No, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, I'd like those goggles, but I think they should go to probably a ranged person if they don't have dark vision. And if not, then I know our bard doesn't have dark vision.
I was gonna say you and
people-
Pledrum, I think, are the only ones without dark vision.
Yeah.
If someone wants to get dark vision, I won't say no.
In defense of Gork's outburst there, his family is currently kidnapped, and imagine if the SWAT team about to storm in and rescue your family were still outside arguing about how their paycheck is going to get delivered to them.
Yeah, you don't have
So
to. It
standard
made perfect sense.
SWAT team logic.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't real. I'm just
Vikram's just over there like, come on, like a dragon, like eat your babies and burns the countryside. Honest to God, dragon. If there's one thing that's okay to kill.
yeah, he doesn't have a problem with killing the dragon.
So, I mean, we didn't argue about the paycheck for very long. We started like murmuring and shit, and then Pledgeon was like, "Okay, I'm gonna try to steal some."
And that's fine. If you hadn't noticed it, everything would have continued on. It's just, he noticed
Was
you
there-
taking his shinies, and he's a dragon who's very temperamental.
At that point, what he was thinking is, if we're not slaying the dragon, then I'm at least gonna get like a memento from his
If
board.
we're not slaying the dragon, I'm about to lay the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Typical bard stuff.
Hey, Richard, what was the item before the idols? The first item, I didn't have my notes.
A large 50-pound tapestry that
They
depicts
always have a
monks
tapestry.
farming.
Are you updating the loot sheet, Cope?
I am.
Okay.
I'm
Well-
just sticking it all at the bottom.
If we want to wait today, I'm sure that can fit in any sort of bag of holding we might have. But if it doesn't, if we want to wait a day, I can shrink it. But the bigger question is coin ocean.
Yeah,
I think we could
Care
probably
of
leave
this
the copper and silver.
let's take care of all this coinage after we take care of the other dragons and hundreds of giants and
Yeah.
all the hostages. And
I was just posting it all. You obviously wouldn't be able to carry all that coinage with you in the bag of holding and stuff, but from what you can assume, not many things come up here. So there's a good chance you can come back for it later.
Yeah.
At the very least, we'll go and take the gems. And
I imagine you're taking the gems, platinum, and gold, but leaving the silver and copper.
yeah,
all right, I don't know about you guys, but I'm good to keep going.
I'm fine. Imagine my ability or my angelic aspect has faded at this point.
Yeah.
So going on the assumption the other two dragons are in that hole, we like wyverns or spiders?
I
Right.
personally prefer wyverns. Although,
I don't know.
No,
Which one will want more shiny rocks?
probably wyverns.
Suppose
You asked.
question more which would trust to guard the back door.
Probably spiders. A lot more.
Wyvern's intelligent. If we go in there, could one fly out and warn everybody that we were around? Because I know spiders won't do that.
Like animals in intelligence, right? Wyverns.
Yeah, they're just reptilian beasties.
Because they're like the not dragons that you fight before you start fighting dragon.
Yeah, just going off of the 50 coins to a pound, that is 7,200 pounds of copper.
Hey, Gork, come here. Can you hold this?
Sure, throw it over the edge. Oh no, it slipped.
It's all going down.
I guess I'm looking at it right here. I guess they have some sort of intelligence, but
They're
it's more-
basically an intelligence of a farmer.
no less than that because average is 10 and they have 7.
Oh, that's
Like,
fair.
Stupid
They're a
farm.
little dim, but their heart's in the wrong place.
I always get wyvern and drake intelligences confused.
Oh yeah, our Drake's the real dumb ones.
Yeah,
I know
would
that
definitely vote
I'm not
for
sure. I'm not sure if
spiders.
Pathfinder, but I know in 5e, the white dragons are the dumb ones.
Yeah,
In terms of the actual dragons.
so yeah, the white dragons in Dungeons and Dragons, they're still like humanoid level smart, but of them, they are definitely the biggest idiots.
They're the most bestial of all the dragons.
Yes, yeah.
I will say that you don't have a good foothold to teleport to the spider cave, though. So you'll have to figure out that,
Yeah.
or
I
at
did
least get a better.
memorize Arcane Eye again today for similar purposes, but at the same time, I guess it's up to people how they want to go.
Yeah, actually.
Otherwise, your internet still out.
No, I finally got it back. I finally came back again.
I'm gonna take
So,
I'm gonna take a quick bio. You guys can go ahead and plan. I mean, Gork's strengths, tracking, punching, lifting, climbing, that kind of thing. I'll be right back.
Definitely not smelling good.
didn't memorize overland flight, so if we have to clear the area with like a fireball or something, which I also don't have memorized today, it would seem. Actually, no. I do
How
have
many
it.
teleports do you have left?
One. So if the spider layer goes bad, it's not good. If we teleport down there, though, I think Pledrum has the invisibility sphere and the whatchamahall's it.
Yeah, Richard, would you put us back on the big map if
give
we're
me one
done in
second.
here?
And the mounts, which I don't know. What are their capabilities at the moment?
They,
I think
I can just post it up there.
Yeah, but it's off of caster level, so.
Yeah, so at 11th, the mount can use. Oh, is that right? Water walk? I didn't realize they could do that. Yeah,
Yeah, at 10th level they can water walk. You don't get air walk until next level.
yeah. Next level they can air walk. But yeah, and ignore all difficult terrain, and so they're like Skyrim horses right now.
Oh, darn. If I picked it up, I could upcast it, and we could walk off the place down there with you having invisibility sphere.
It's a real use, guys.
Yeah, I was going to pick it up next time.
Yes.
I mean, I could always teleport to town and leave you guys here for the night. But
One classy breed horse-like creature.
And it's like one mount per spell, isn't it? Unless you
No.
do the Creole.
the math version creates
Right.
like up to 6 or 7, I think.
As horse-like.
Well, if we need to logistically wise, because I think teleports are most important way out of the group of 200 giants. We can wait another night and just quick through it. Jump back over to one of our caves, or even stay the night here, or go back to town, wherever you want to teleport us to.
Yeah, certainly harvesting the dragon would take a while. It says delicious.
I mean, it feels like kind of a waste of time if we don't. I mean, we've barely done anything.
How big was the dragon again? It was large.
It is large, yes.
So we're gonna spend the night in here, so you can wake up in the morning with more teleports.
I mean, we could. We
think
could also.
we can at least afford to teleport into the spider cave and at least clear out the spider cave before we have to take a breather like a week battle.
I mean,
Whoa,
right.
that one.
this is the first thing we did today.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
definitely
literally.
up for, if we have a means to get to the spider cave, let's go to the spider cave.
I would personally like to harvest, or at least preserve some of the dragon materials. Because we did so much with them in the evil campaign.
Do we have any more? Right.
I
Do
mean,
we
you can
have
always
any-
just sell them if nothing else.
Do we have any more of those Sahedron necklaces or whatever?
You do, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, probably.
Throw it on the dragon, it's not going to rot.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Go.
Let's see. Yeah, if it's only large, Bestard gets a masterwork hide armor for you out of it.
Still pretty cool.
I think my grandmother just fell. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that
God.
seems important.
I'm back.
Gravity does not like the elderly.
Really, gravity doesn't like anybody, but
That's what they keep telling me.
Mm-hmm. So if we wanted to make a armor out of it, it would grant fire immunity to someone.
Well, I'm an angel, so I don't worry about fire.
I like fire
you got-
immunity. Unfortunately, I don't like armor.
Anyway, false alarm. My mom was just being a drama queen again.
Anyways, you
It would
guys
have been really good if you had said your mom just threw her down. So arcane eye and then teleport to the fireplace.
Seems to be the plan.
So
Yeah,
get to raiding.
fight the spiders, kill the spiders.
So are you going to go in, try and basically go in blind, or are you going to do the arcane eye thing to get a better sense of it?
Yeah.
The arcane eye thing.
Sorry,
the
there's a
very
bunch
least,
going on in my house right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will actually just go ahead and let me grab your token real quick, and I will bring you specifically in there so you can see what's going on. This. And does your thing have dark vision? Your
I
eye?
should still have it from the spell that I cast before we went in, because it's hours, so at this point,
Gotcha.
half a day.
Yeah, no worries. So, just checking before I gave it to you. And then I will drag you to Mia.
Mm-hmm.
This is basically the lip of the cave as you were able to kind of maneuver the eye through the various holes in the webbing.
Mm-hmm. So entrance is back that way.
Yes.
It's kind of clear up until that point of webs and stuff, I guess.
Yeah, there's like webs still, but it's nothing that obscures movement or anything until you get to around this area.
Very, very,
very dense
webby
web
there.
Yeah.
Kind of a dead end that way. I think this thing is physical, but it's only like an inch in diameter. So I'm going to spend a minute trying to familiarize myself with this area before sending it into the webs.
You can take the minute, kind of look around and make sure you have a good sense of where you are, but you can indeed send it into the webs.
Mm-hmm.
As you enter the webs, you see a cave that seems to go into a tunnel beyond that is very narrow.
Mm.
You think that you could probably squeeze in there, but it'd be very tight. Though what you do see is I can actually reveal them now since you're close enough and they were obscured from the webs before.
Mm.
These monstrous looking spiders. You're looking through it. I could have you roll a knowledge religion for me.
Okay, not my best, but I has it.
That's good enough to at least know what they are. These are death webs.
Mm.
Undead spiders.
Giant zombie spider in nests. Mm. Well, they don't seem to react to the eye at all.
They do not.
Then I suppose I will try to squeeze the eye into this passage.
No worries there. You squeeze the eye through, and you can probably spend the duration of your time zooming through the caverns inside. It is very windy and very easy to get lost. They are all very narrow pathways And even without having to roll perception, you do see the occasional movement flitting beyond your vision, going too quickly for you to see. It seems to just be running through. So there's definitely something living there.
Mm-hmm.
You can roll a perception if you want to try to see what they are.
Might as well. 21.
Can't quite see what they are.
Darn. Rolled a 4. Anyway,
Such is life.
so the tunnel keeps going for a while.
It is a very far-reaching tunnel, and it's like very windy to get around, so you can't quite. I'm going to say for the duration you have, you don't have quite the time to navigate throughout the whole cave.
Okay. But
You definitely go somewhere you imagine, but it's hard to find the end. There's lots of turnarounds, loops, and shit like that.
We hear whatever you're crunching or shuffling.
Sorry, I was throwing something in the trash.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so we've got somewhat hidden tunnel behind all the death webs, so we guessed right on it, blocking on them being used to guard. We didn't know they were undead spiders, which, I suppose increases weight on the whole guard dog thing. So yeah, these undead spiders in webs, very dense webs, seem to be a slightly obscure tunnel in back of webs. Could lead in, could not quite get far enough down tunnel to see where end.
Would we be able to fit in there? How narrow is the tunnel?
You guys would all be squeezing if you go into the tunnels. So if
Even
anything,
small creatures?
you would be the only exception. Even Juan, who normally can squeeze through, he would be hard pressed. So everyone but you is going to take a -4 to attack rolls and AC while you're inside the tunnels. But you could navigate through them.
Gork's just outside the dragon cave doing deep breathing to calm down.
Think found way in, not need to fight the bear, I shout over us. Worth thinking about it.
All right.
Well, I'm good to go whenever you guys are.
Looks like it's time to kill some undead dead spiders. I guess what are they, just spiders? I mean, a dead spider doesn't look much different than a living spider.
Yeah, is there anything I'd know offhand about it other than name?
Knowing what you know with that roll, you know the general traits that undead have, where they're hard to affect by like disease, anything like that. You know they have a type of poison, being spiders and all. And you know that they can cause. They generally have parasitic spiders that live inside of them. So if you get too close to them, they have a lot of spiders that'll try to occupy you. Essentially, an aura of spider damage.
That's
So like
one
a
of my
swarm?
favorite.
It's considered a aura.
It's basically a giant spider husk infested with swarms of tiny spiders.
Yeah, I remember these things.
Oh, we fought one of those in Gombo's game.
Yeah, I liberally stole the idea.
Gotcha.
He's one I like. I don't remember which 3rd edition monster manual it was in, but it is a neat idea. Basically,
it's more,
spider skeleton with swarms inside of it.
Yeah, it's more unique than just saying undead spider, end of sentence, But yeah, I still got like 13 hours I can do my wild shapes for, so. I mean, how long have we been in this cave?
At this point, like taking the time to scout it out and everything, no more than an hour.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
my guess.
I'll just say that before you spend the hour and revert it back. Yeah, I'm game.
Well then, Wednesday Mobile, go ahead and roll that D100 if you're going to teleport.
Take us to the beautiful spider cavern.
90, not very good.
I would say this is probably seen casually, but that's still enough to be off target. So basically what happens is as you teleport, you all happen to suddenly like reach and grasp at the entrance to the cave as you teleport like just outside of the cave.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and everyone can either give me a acrobatics to try to like balance themselves in and like roll into the cave as they're falling into it, or you can give me a climb to just grab a hold and lift yourself in.
Same number either way, so I'll just say climb, just for the heck of it.
Got spider. Might still have spider climb up. Yeah. Okay, does it give a bonus? Yes, it gives a +8. So I will try climb.
Oh no, I got the lowest. Oh, thank God.
Oh,
I did get the
10.
lowest.
Oh God! Can with Emmanuel?
You want to use your hero point?
Yeah, might as well.
With spider climb, the DC is lower, so even with your 1, you should be able to get it.
All right, so that'd be 28, but still.
Yeah. So you all managed to grab hold of the edge. Those of you who didn't, you actually are like slightly above the others. I just picture Emmanuel just lands on top of Juan's head as he kind of slithers onto the edge, and you just kind of jump into the thing. I imagine Pledrum does the same thing to Gork.
Oh, it would have been easier if I was raised by eagles.
And I will first put you there, and then drag the rest of the players.
And I will let you guys untether the logic of Gork thinking that if he was raised by eagles, he would be able to fly.
Makes perfect sense.
Maybe
to me.
his
I mean, if
ship.
you're a were eagle, maybe.
He can turn into a bear. So
I forget if there are any flying races on that were class. I don't remember.
There is 1 or 2 that do give you a fly speed. So it is technically possible, but I haven't heard of actual were eagles or were crows in Pathfinder.
I knew you were going to say crows.
Listen, I am very upfront about my obsession. Like,
I appreciate it. I've seen
it's
some
not a
pretty
hidden
ridiculous
addiction if I put it on the freaking dating profile.
stuff. Wait, you're putting that on your dating profile?
Yep.
How else do you expect to pick up a crow? That's how you befriend them, right?
Oh yeah, bats also gain a fly speed in their major form.
Wouldn't you put Corvid Lord on your profile?
I feel like that's
he goes on
material.
he just goes on to Tinder asking for crow jobs. You know how it is.
Well, the problem is that he lists on there that he's a murderer.
Dragonflies can fly. Falcons can fly. Giant wasp gains a fly speed. These are all the shifter aspects. I'm just going through it out of curiosity.
Yeah,
Owl.
Now I'm just picturing someone playing
Have
Waspinator.
we ever gotten a Pathfinder AP about the horrible infestation of were hornets?
Peafowl, whatever that is.
Peacock, the actual species term.
Interesting.
Really?
Yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
peacock, it's only the male.
Yeah, peacock, peahen, both are peafowl.
I've never heard peafowl before. I have heard peahen. That's funny.
So wait, they have peafowl but not eagle aspect? I mean, I get that falcon and eagle, there's a lot of overlap, but...
Oh, they probably just meant for you to use any bird with falcon.
I guess, yeah. But yeah, there's quite a few aspects that their major one gives you a fly speed.
I want to be a peacock.
Go ahead and everyone make sure to roll initiatives. I think we still need a couple of you.
Oh crap! I didn't hear you say that.
I might have been
Yeah.
muted, so to be fair, I'm eating at the same time. So
Yeah, I rolled because I saw it come up.
There we go.
I'll judge you when I listen to the.
yeah, I've been muted the entire time, so you don't hear my chewing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you
respect.
though?
Trying to.
Into the spider cave we go.
And I will say I left them on the token because Reese would have explained them to you. But currently, you guys do not see the spiders unless you try to perceive them and pass their stealth.
Yeah, now that we're here, I'd point out the web corridor to however many people can actually see right now. I imagine it's pretty dark much past the entryway.
I'm gonna go ahead and give Juan reduce animal.
Yeah, I probably should give Pledrum, since he has those goggles on, night vision.
Oh, also, are y'all cool with
But
me
appreciate
taking
it.
that animal companion stone and feeding it to Juan?
God, no one else has an animal companion.
It's basically either going to be you or a fixer.
No. You guys haven't met Pledrum's rabbit, Jorge? We're feeding it.
We met your horse. Hey.
Takes off his hat, pulls out a rabbit.
The rabbit has tacos.
A member of the cast, Jorge.
You know, it's like one of those TV shows where they introduce a character and everyone acts like that character's always been there just so they can kill the character off in one episode.
Oh, and no.
No, Jorge.
No.
Remember all the times? It just flashes back to a scene that we've literally never seen before.
Oh, yeah, just montage to sad music of stuff
Earlier
that
in that episode.
never happened.
Yeah.
Oh, come on! They usually don't kill him in that episode. He's usually in this episode, and then they kill him in the next episode. So they have some flashback material. You know, episode 122, he shows up. Episode 123, he dies.
That was a joke from the TV show Clone High, where they're like, on the next episode of Clone High, one of these beloved characters will permanently die, and it's showing you like a flash of all the characters, and they're all like, and we're not going to do that cheap thing where we just introduce a character just to kill them off, and then just in the middle of them is just a character you've never seen before.
that joke,
Introducing Willie.
Yeah.
they had the classic joke where Abraham Lincoln is sitting at like the diner with the famous portrait of his assassination. He's going, man, you know what he says exactly, but he's like, man, this is the worst thing that's ever happened.
Abraham Lincoln.
With the portrait of him being fucking shot in the dome in the background. Anyways, as somehow the guy who rolls the best initiative in this fucking party somehow.
I don't have a terrible one. Oh, I guess I got +2, but you know what? I have 141 hit points. I have nothing to apologize for.
I'm moving bravely forward into the.
Richard, would you reduce Juan for me? I need a snake reduction.
Look at that. Look at what I've found.
We can't see.
There are spiders.
Yes.
No.
He left them on the map, but they're hidden. So.
Oh, not this guy.
But we know that they are there. Which lets us do fancy things.
I am muted. I am sorry. Anyway. I didn't know you had reduced Juan first, is what I said. I thought he was just a normal large size.
I just cast reduce animal on him.
Gotcha. And yeah, Pledrum, you can't see them right now. I just left them on there because you know they're there. So you will need a perception to see them.
So do I know like a general location?
You know the general area of where they are, which is why the perception is not going to be super high. It's basically their stealth. It's the stealth they had rolled -5 from knowing the general area they're in.
If I wanted to do, say, 30-foot radius attack, would it matter?
Probably not.
I mean, that's what I'm going to do.
All right, so let's bring it back to... Just light this whole clump of webs on fire.
Oh yeah. So first, go ahead and have you roll a 1d10 for the fire damage. And I'll roll reflexes for all of them.
1d10.
So I think 2 of them don't catch fire. Or no, one of them doesn't catch fire.
DC
I mean,
of
the dude
18.
very visible now.
Oh yeah, they're no longer stealth as their webs have been burnt and they are hissing screechily, hissing motherfuckerly.
Mm.
That is your turn, and 2 of them are on fire. And then it'll be a fixed turn.
Do the intimidate check, but does it?
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. They're they can't be demoralized. I think since they're undead. So
Okay, so. If they can't be demoralized, then
Yeah, if they're mindless undead, then. Yeah, language dependent too. I mean, not to further fuck
oh yeah,
Pledger.
so that
Yeah.
might not actually be effective at all.
yeah, because it says that only enemies that are demoralized this way takes any of the damage. So.
I will say they still catch fire to the web just for not a complete waste of the spell.
All right.
Important question. Do we still have the fire resistance and energy resistance and all that, or is that expired?
You would have had
I
20
think that was- I
minutes
think
on
that
the
was expired.
protection.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
20
it's
minutes
been
on
bad.
mine too.
So then I will move here, and I'll go ready in action if anything gets in range to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Show him how it's done.
Because I figure it's bad move to double move in there.
Yeah, so I can
I like
pretty
that
well
if you
see
were
this
safe,
spot,
you
right?
could-
Especially since you said the webs took up.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I believe.
You can actually see them now too, so they're not hidden anymore.
Yeah, so it'll be up to about here. But the black tentacles upcast. Yeah. Yeah. They probably don't grapple anything this round.
No, they do not.
Well,
Let me see. You said it's 20 foot?
I believe so.
after all this, it's
I'll
going to
double check.
be fighters at TPKs.
Yeah, 20-foot radius. Why didn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Did you want to use your hero point to reroll that grapple?
I do have a second one. I might as well.
Can some of you sell a spell?
God damn it, Loki, let me have this.
39.
Just a slight difference.
Yes. Probably the opposite extreme, even. 19. Yeah.
The good news is I'm going to be able to eat while you guys slaughter these things. So.
And I will continue sitting here and not doing anything.
Their turn. They are grappled.
D&D. Fucking rocky.
CMD to try to get out of this. The CMD to break is 28. So first one, second one, and third one.
Calmly start cooking a stew next to the black tentacle.
So this one runs out of it because he broke free.
It is difficult terrain, I believe.
Let's see.
Something's
Movement.
probably got like 40 movement.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's still going to be stuck right there, though. And
See,
Check.
there's
That's all
always
they
this
can do.
argument where people are like, no, in Pathfinder, martial characters really are as strong as spellcasters. And then I see this, where it's like, well, all these monsters are basically being killed by one person. I'm like, cool, yeah.
I mean, if you want to get into the swarm of spiderlings,
No,
it is.
I'm not
just about
complaining.
your turn.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's very powerful.
Mm.
I know what I built. Someday I'm
Yeah.
just gonna be straight wizard. You can be the weapon swinger.
no, it's just going to be a game with 5 wizards.
Mhm.
But it is a manual turn.
Now is he muted?
Okay, yeah, entire area is difficult terrain. Good.
Bope, are you muted?
No.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Just moving to there and vital strike at the.
That hits. 26.
Vitally.
Barely.
So where's the vital spot on this horrifying monster?
It's right between the
if you
27th and
count-
28th spider.
That's so funny because I was going to say the 23rd. You count from the left, it's the 23rd spider on his abdomen.
It will be Gork's turn.
Gork. D&D.
I guess I'll just move there. Swift action, pop my claws, and ready action and attack if they get within melee range, I guess.
You need to start picking up some axes to throw at people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bear person.
Like back belt laying around.
We don't throw axes. I'm a bear.
You just throw shade.
I chose to double down on melee focused giant slaying. You guys will see that when we're going and fighting a bunch of giants. I'm going to start murdering them. So I don't, out of character, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just making jokes. But
All right, let's get a better look through here. This really?
Aura.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how big is the spider aura?
You haven't touched
figured it
Pledger
out.
hasn't gotten into it yet.
So adjacent. Yep.
I really can't see past these. Can I see like the pass? Is there like a passage up here? It's kind of hard to.
It is a very narrow passage, but there is one to the north of them.
AoE's too big. If there was somewhere I was just gonna teleport to the other end.
Here, I'll move it real quick.
Well, this fight's basically over. So.
You don't know.
Okay,
they could be tricksy.
Yeah, I mean they did manage. One of them managed to break out.
Pledgerum will sit up here and start eating a ration out of his bag.
just directly in front of the one that managed to break out and charge. And I did already roll a 1 on this. So.
We both know how this is going to go.
Oh, I'm not saying it's actually going to be a TPK. It's just,
Stranger things have happened.
Yes.
I mean, no one has a bomb and a religious compunction to kill themselves.
5 foot step there, and I think I'll go ahead and use channel. Speed things along a bit.
I mean, if you guys want me to
The
make
offensive channel.
Yeah.
What's the reach on that? Is it 30 feet?
30 feet, so should hit 2 of them.
For some reason, there's that spell, I think it was called Detonate, which is basically a self-destruct spell. And ever since I learned that was a thing, for some reason I always wanted to build a character around it. And I don't know how that would work. But just... I'm an Lemony Schmidt!
You're reincarnating druid.
Yeah, but then I need to get like on an item or something.
I think that saves, doesn't it?
Let me see. Nope.
A third.
It's charisma based.
15
based.
plus charisma, which is so 15 plus 6, so 21 is the DC.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, the one up front that actually ran to break free is very low.
Yeah, let's see if it was all for naught for him. 37 for 10 damage. Plus 5 to maintain on the other 2, but...
Just gonna move him. And then the other 2...
So let me get this straight. We're restraining the spiders to death.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, don't say that like you're fucking not having a snake that does the same damn thing.
Well, it's just ironic that spiders are dying being caught in somebody else's web.
Uh-huh.
Well, nothing on the higher level spells will actually do anything to them. I want to save those magic missiles, so I guess I'll just shoot the crossbow at probably the one in the back's got the least amount of cover from everything.
Yep.
19.
That'll hit. 7 points of damage. I will say, Risha's surprisingly deadly with that crossbow.
Mhm.
16 dex, and it's what I put my +2 on. So
Wait, why does it have a +2?
Oh, the +2.
Oh, magic weapon. Yeah. Duh.
although that,
How does that equal 11 though?
that 10
It should be a 9. It's adding the bardic, I think.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I see.
Which
Yeah.
technically does add to damage.
Yes, it does. I just don't think. Yeah, I don't think it's.
Did he have it up? That's the question.
No,
No,
I
I
didn't.
don't believe.
Then no. So that's 2 lower on both.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I just noticed that was still up on my sheet.
It still would have killed the other one anyway, so we're good. But it is Emmanuel's turn.
Yeah, I just didn't see any point starting Bardic. Just gonna.
Yeah.
Which one are you targeting?
This guy. And in fact, I'm going to shoot. Can I re-roll that?
Either way, that one will
Uh,
miss. So,
Okay. Don't worry about it.
is that your turn?
Yep.
Wait, I did skip their turn. They are going to try to break out and see if they can
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah.
I mean,
should I bother?
You half skipped my turn. The one made it, and I think the other actually. No, 28.
Okay, so the farthest one away moves half speed to get to here.
Good double move, I think.
It's an action to break free.
Oh, right. Right.
That's why this spell is so debilitating.
Yeah.
One
Oh,
stay put, I imagine.
He's moving around in there.
Is Gorking Pledrum just chilling?
yeah, pretty much.
Uh,
It's just like, oh, here he goes. Ah, so close, he got him.
Almost made it.
I got my money on that one.
My standard action is Pledrum is gonna take his ham sandwich and take a bite of it. And my move
That
action
is a moldy ass ham sandwich.
is I'm gonna tell Gork he's getting better at making these.
The side of cylinder.
Gork is the chef of our.
Yeah,
that's probably not really
the
ham.
trick is to kill the pig slowly.
yeah,
Makes the meat tender.
you can really tell. You can really tell.
Hmm.
This bread's kind of moldy though.
Yeah, well, I'm not good at baking.
Now we can. End of my turn.
Would I know if undead are immune to cold?
Seems
You would know that some
reasonable.
are.
Let me do a knowledge
You
religion.
do a religion.
Yeah.
There are a lot that are immune to cold. You don't know about these ones in particular.
Okay. Well, no hurt in trying. Felix, do your thing, and 5-foot step up to get him within range of his 20-foot cold breath.
Okay. They are not immune to this one, so these are constitution ones for this one, right? Or
yes.
fortitude, I mean.
Yeah.
So bottom one fails.
All right, and it's just 2d8 damage.
Yep. And a meow.
Oh, good job, Felix.
yeah.
Oh God, are there more of those catfish in here?
And I'll just ready attack if one comes within range.
Okay, Reese, roll that damage. Another one bites the dust. No. That one hits and does 7.
Seven piercing damage.
It is going to now try to break free from its once again being grappled. Manages to do it.
And they'll just get immediate.
And it'll get a provoke from Afixa, so. Roll damage. It's amazingly, it is still up.
Oh.
Emmanuel.
Manuel is a little shocked that it is out, and will
It is
Two
looking
arrows.
horrible.
Even for an
What?
undead spider.
Black Tentacle is like our Power Ranger Megazord sword. Like every time it comes out, we usually just instantly win.
Oh my god, it is still up.
Uh,
Well,
The second one did miss.
Yeah.
Good work.
won't be for much longer. Okay, so first things first, this is going to be a full attack, so I will open up with my Bear Claws. Or sorry, I'm going to be doing Unarmed Strike, full attack, followed by 2 Shifter Claws.
Well, that first one, you reach in and you squash a bunch of the spiders and it goes limp.
No, I just walk up and I just step on it. Just, all right.
Legend starts stepping in all the little ones that are crawling around.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that kind of scatter, but no
Those
harm.
tentacles are still going on the broken ones. They're having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
it is good moat control.
So the one even in the very back moved this way, so I think this is a dead end. I think we picked the wrong game.
Was thing.
Yeah, Reach did tell you that it does go deep in. It's a very maze-like set of pathways that are in there.
Oh yeah, the eye went all.
Yeah,
I think
beyond.
Still going. Still doing turn order for moving, or are we just?
We're out of turn order for now.
Okay.
All right.
The smoldering webs.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can't find some tracks beyond the webs.
Go ahead and roll me
He's,
that survival.
+4 for tracking as well. So.
You do see tracks. You see little like small sized footprints. But they are boots. Looks like armored individuals are in through this cave.
But like small size, like
Small size.
Dixa?
Yes. And there's a lot of footprints, so there's probably a lot of them in there.
Gremlins.
Could kind of see something, but not get good view of whatever is in there.
Hope it's not a quickling. They're annoying. I would run through the woods sometime. Fuckers would stab you and then run away. Be like a mile gone by the time you realized it was them.
Might be wise. Wait to see if something show up. Meanwhile, maybe check this place for stuff like more spider.
Looking around, there is some stuff scattered around, by the way.
Any shiny rocks?
No more spider, though, hopefully.
No more
That's
spiders.
like-
But there actually is like miscellaneous stuff on the ground.
Detect magic.
Yep. Go ahead, and there is magical items. There is, in particular, one magic item. You see a wooden druidic-looking staff that is radiating magic. With your minimum spellcraft, it is a what is it called? A lesser metamagic rod of silent. So you can use it on any spells 3rd level and below, and they will be affected by the silence metamagic 3 times per day.
Nice.
That's pretty nice.
Double check, make sure that nothing else.
That's a good loot item because it's not something you're ever really going to go out and buy, but it's just one of those handy, really handy. Actually, aren't those like 30 grand?
3 for the lesser, because he said it's a 3 and below.
Oh, okay.
Also, with that spellcraft, you do notice that there is still a spell enchanted onto the staff. Someone has enchanted the spell staff, where you can store a spell in said staff. And there is a caster level 12 rusting grasp spell prepared in the staff.
Nice. I think.
It's a one-time use ability because it's stored in there, so it's not like it's a replenishing thing.
Yeah, the spell itself, but is like the spell staff ability just.
It is not a permanent thing. Someone has
Yeah.
cast it on there, but it's permanent until discharged, and it has yet to be discharged.
And
Still pretty
once
nice.
it's discharged, can you put a new spell in there?
That's what I was asking.
If you have the spell staff,
Oh, okay.
it's not like a feature to the staff itself. It's just the spell called spell staff.
Gotcha.
It's a level 6 druid spell.
Yeah.
But if Rish eats the staff, will she learn spell staff?
Maybe if she multi-classes a lot of levels into druid.
Or if I
If
feel
she
like that's
breaks
worth
the
taking.
staff and sucks out the marrow.
Also, you have that ability to learn spells from other schools. I already do remember that.
Yeah, but I'd have to take another level in that, and it'd be a 7th level spell for me.
So if we kill Reesh, all of her spells will be stored in the staff.
But otherwise, other than that, the only thing you find that seems to be radiate magic, there's a bunch of different things. There's warhammers, there's long swords, there's a set of full plate armor that's been rusted through.
Are there
But
any
you do-
throwing
War
axes?
swords, long hammers.
No, but there is a what is it called? Halberd. There is a let me.
Also, just so you guys know, I'm keeping some character reasons, but another reason why Gork doesn't use like hand axes crap is because if shifters use metal, they lose all their power.
So
They're
you're
like
telling me
They're
you
like
could.
druids.
So you're telling me you could be like that core staff wearing bear, wielding bear. Have you seen that video?
Sam Barrington rides again.
It is a called halberd, which is like as a swift action, you can call it to your hand from anywhere within I think 30 feet.
Who is not Googling quarterstaff bear?
I'm not. I'm
Oh,
focused
that's
on the game.
amazing.
Let's see. I think that's a martial weapon.
Yeah, halberds are.
Yeah. So I want to be able to use.
Oh, did you see the Kung Fu Bear coat?
Yeah.
I've seen that one before, and it's great.
Why does the URL says "Gah, fuck, bub"?
Because someone had to.
This one's a bit better because it's to kung fu fighting.
Yep, that's the one I've seen. I've never seen the fully one.
Yeah. I still got some decent offensive spells, and you can always pull something back up on second level or below with this pearl of power.
I still got plenty of fight left in me.
The question is what we'll run into in this tunnel.
Do you want me to lead the way?
If they're
Doesn't look like
dart
it'll be so
in
bad
and
for
dart
me.
out, I was going to say, if they're dart in and dart out fighters, do you want Juan to be in the front? He can grab them.
So can I.
That's true. Everybody can grab.
And Juan is going to be like super squeezing, so he's probably going to have a ton of penalty.
Well, he's medium sized now, and I believe snakes are count a size lower.
Since he's medium sized, he won't be squeezing, so he won't take the AC penalty. So him and Afixa won't take the -4 to attacks at an AC, but everyone else will.
All right,
Also,
Juan,
there'll still be the question of reach, because, I mean, if it's
One
small
in the front,
enough
one in the back.
for medium-sized creatures to squeeze, they ain't exactly going to be able to attack the same thing.
Right. I'd say Fixa or Juan leads, and the other one in the back, because they're going to come fast and furious from both sides, I imagine.
I'm fine either way.
Can you wield this halberd? Halberd? How do you say that?
Nope,
be able
keep it away
to-
from me.
Be able to swing over a Fixa?
Nope.
We got to get you a pike.
I don't need it. I have claws.
What about rocks? Have you ever considered throwing rocks?
Have you?
I have. I
Then
wasn't
there
very
you
good
go.
at it, but I did get one to skip over the pond about 7 times.
Okay, so you guys gonna start heading into the tunnels?
Yep.
So you guys can go ahead and position yourselves in the tunnels of the order. I don't actually have a map set up for this.
Mhm.
But it is going to be squeezing to the point where you're all going to have to be in order. You guys can go ahead and go into this tunnel here
Okay.
and position yourselves.
I'll be right behind whoever's in front. So whoever's in front, go ahead and put yourselves in there.
I'll go
I'd
first.
imagine Fix, Gork,
Really should pick up produce person.
So Fix here, Gork here. Who's after Gork?
I guess I'll be after Gork.
Well, Pledrum, how far can you throw your stuff?
I can only throw my stuff 10 feet.
So you should go third then.
Or second. I can. Oh, yeah.
Let me see. Okay. All right.
Okay, so you all make your way into these tunnels. It is very hard pressed to move through. Gork, you're a little shorter than everybody, so it's not as much of an issue height wise, but you're very wide of a person.
Yeah.
So it is like a lot of points. It's like, have you ever seen those videos where you see like cave spelunkers where they're having like squeeze to get
Yep.
through things, and it's
I've had
traumatic.
family. Yeah, I've had
Oh, that's
family do that and
terrible.
tell me about it, and they're like, "It was really interesting." I'm like, "Yeah, never."
Never.
Mm-hmm.
But
Wait, raise your hand if you're also claustrophobic.
I don't count myself as, but I also would not want to do that because I see it as suicidally stupid.
Yeah, I'm with Kenneth on that.
also,
one.
like I saw this one. This guy was talking about doing it where he has a always has a knife in hand in case he has to cut all of his supplies off if he gets stuck. I'm like, if you could get stuck by the point where you don't have water to survive and you can't get back out, that's a problem. Anyway,
Well,
As you
imagine
make
the supplies would fall to the ground. You'd be able to squeeze through, and then you could come back and pull them through with your hand.
maybe.
Mm.
I've seen some of these tunnels.
No,
Mm-mm.
makes those
And
freehand
then there are
mountain
the
climbers
idiots
look.
that do that underwater.
Oh, I'd much rather freehand mountain climb than go through those.
Yeah,
tiny
me
ass
too.
little
I'm like,
fucking
it makes
caves.
freehand mountain climber people look like they've really got a plan.
But yeah, you're going through these tunnels, and it is very narrow and claustrophobic at times. And here and there, like every few feet, it's like riddled with smaller tunnels that are like crisscrossing, winding up and down. There's some of them that like you look into, and they kind of arc upward, and then you see another hole like maybe 5 feet ahead that it pokes out of. Just a mismatched spider web of tunnels. You get in about 60-ish feet before you start hearing the pitter patter of tiny little feet. Just
That's rapid pitter patter.
yeah, it is. I mean, and it is multiple feet, and you just hear these metal boots clanging as they're running through these hard stone tunnels. I assume you press on.
I think Fix will go a bit slower and use Detect Evil just to kind of help ping if anything tries sneaking up on him.
Okay.
Oh,
So good news is, since you did that, you will not get flat-footed for this attack, as you were able to get a last-minute notice as this tiny little creature comes jumping out of one of the cracks in the wall. Is like full leap as it leaps out and slices at you with the scythe as it like midair falls into another crevice, essentially benefiting from the feat's spring attack. And let me make that attack, and you'll find out quickly what these are.
That's a miss.
So I will bring up the initiative tracker here.
Leprechauns! We got leprechauns!
And I will just put the photo here so I can use it for initiative. But you start realizing as soon as that first one happens that this is kind of why these tunnels are spider webbed.
Mm-hmm.
You're about to get hit with a lot of hit and run tactics here.
All right, everybody get ready. If you could prepare yourself to attack, they're going to be coming at us from every direction, I imagine.
Rich, can you fill the tunnels with fire?
No, but would also probably hit us if I could.
Yeah, but we got magic for that. Like with the dragon?
He's maybe worn off now.
I mean, you can do it again, though, right?
Do you want to forget Pledrum? Make sure to roll your initiative.
Do you have any kind of concealing smoke? Or that invisibility sphere?
We're in a very narrow tunnel. I don't think invisibility sphere is going to help very much.
All right. I shall turn into werebear form and seek to open the mountain to make it wider.
Your chunky salsa. Yeah, that probably wasn't a good idea.
So as that one jumped past a fix and fell into a hole right here, you see another one poke out from a hole next to Gork and is going to make an attack against you.
Attack from the Gork hole.
This will be flat-footed at a -4 to your AC's flat-footed.
Okay.
So flat-footed -4.
That'll hit.
So you'll take 17 points of damage, and you will get an... No, you're still flat-footed right now, so as he disappears back into the hole. And there will also be 2 down here that appear out of holes next to Emmanuel, so 1 on 1 and 1 on Emmanuel. These are both against flat-footed. That's Emmanuel, sorry. Flat-footed -4 for Emmanuel's AC. And that is for Juan's normal AC. Flat-footed.
Saying my flat-footed's 29, which can't be right. I think my flat-footed's 23.
Either way, I think that'll miss for you. And 21 against Juan. He is still flat-footed because he hasn't acted, but he doesn't take that -4. Did you? The 23 is before the -4 for Emmanuel.
That's not before -4. 23 is his flat-footed.
Okay,
You just
I'm
subtract dex, right?
Yeah, but flat-footed, and then after flat-footed, minus another 4 because you're squeezing right now.
So his AC would be 19.
Okay, so that would have hit you for 17 points of damage.
Okay.
But the other one, I believe, will miss Juan. So
yeah.
And you do still hear. No other attacks come right now, but you do still hear the pitter patter of little feet running around that you haven't seen yet. And we will go to Pledrum.
Could Emmanuel? He was flat-footed, so he couldn't have a reaction to put up shield.
I guess I will start a bardic performance, and I will use an ear-piercing scream on the one attacking Emmanuel.
Okay. Yeah, those two did have to use all their movement, so they didn't get to do the spring attack, bobbing and weaving. That is a will save, or fortitude save.
Fortitude save. Didn't think these guys would have too terribly good of a fortitude. They did not.
You guess right.
Bat him full. And is dazed, I believe.
Yep. Sorry, 1 second. It's going really slow for me for a second there. Yep, and he is dazed, which means that one will lose his turn.
And he
Give me
took the
one.
17.
Yes. It'll bring us to Gork's turn, and I'm going to leave Roll20 real quick because I'm switching browsers.
Sure.
But you can tell me what you're doing because it's not going to take me long. I already have it loaded up.
Yeah. I'm pretty simple here. I am going to. What's it? You can prepare action for like a grapple, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna prepare action to grapple the next one that comes within melee range.
Got it.
Close my eyes, focus on the sound of little pitter patters, take little sniffs, the smell of the shitty little eating grins they've got.
And then Emmanuel.
Focus on the satisfying
Alright,
sound of when I eat their bones.
I can only see this one. Excuse me, next to Emmanuel. Can Juan hit that one?
No, but he can hit the one that's to the right of him.
Okay, I can't see that one.
That's fine. It's a little hard with this title the way it is, but
That's all right.
that will miss and miss.
Alright, and Juan will,
I was gonna say that was
Emmanuel-
a 3 and a 6, so you can't really help anything about that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Emmanuel will draw his. Actually, he'll just use his thing on his arm, his cestus.
Those will both hit, and that one will confirm the crit. So let me double check the damage. So that's a total of 30. It is still up. And can't really move. Do you want to do anything action-wise for your movement?
I mean, he can't move. Yeah, he's going to give combat advice to Juan.
Gotcha. Afixa.
This one is still here?
Yeah, he is like partially obscured from the stone, but he had to use his movement to run by you.
Okay. I'll 5-foot step up. Does that give me a little bit more clear shot?
Yes.
And full attack.
Hit, miss, hit.
Let me go ahead and re-roll that second one.
Gotcha. You just roll the full attack again. Then.
No, that's not going to work.
Same thing.
Yeah.
So that will be a total of 29.
What 17 have hit with the +1 from guidance?
17. No.
No, okay.
Reesh.
Okay, so this one's stunned, right?
Yes.
Alright, then I won't be having to cast defensively, but I will cast haste on us.
Yep.
That should hit everyone.
A giant clock appears on top of Reesh that just all of a sudden starts speeding up.
Don't think I'll upcast it, so 11 rounds.
Got it. The one, I'll start from top down. Afixa, you're going to get an attack on you. It's just going to be against your normal AC, 23.
Miss.
And then you will get an attack as it starts moving further in.
All right.
That will hit. 17.
Oh, paste, right.
This one is going to dart through to hit Gork and then keep going with the spring attack.
Unless I grapple him.
Unless you grapple him, but he will. I believe he will get his attack first.
Yes.
This is your normal AC -4 for this attack.
That'll hit.
For 17 more points, and then you go ahead and make your grapple.
All right. As an immediate action, and when he hits me, I enter Blood Frenzy style, because that is an immediate action, so that triggers. Boosting my strength. And then CMB.
-4, I think we'll still make it. Let me just double check.
Because that'd be 30.
Oh, and when would we need to identify these guys?
That would be a knowledge planes.
Can I go ahead and roll that?
Yep. They are red caps.
Yep. Just want to get that in character.
Yep. They have, with that knowledge roll, they're like most Fae. You need cold iron to bypass their natural resistance.
Does adamantine?
Yeah, Affixa, I didn't say anything about it not affecting them as much because you have an adamantine sword. So, in addition, you do know that flashing a holy symbol towards them can scare them.
Does that take an action to do?
It would take an action to do, yes, because you're like presenting it towards them.
Right.
It's not like a guaranteed that it'll work, but it does have the ability to make them afraid.
Gotcha.
But yes, anyway, you do have that one grappled.
Awesome. So I imagine, as he jumps past, he hits me with the scythe, and with the arm that gets hit, I grab the scythe, and then I reach out with a bear-clawed hand and wrap it around his neck.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to go well for him next turn.
One comes up to here, where you are, pledging him through a little hole, and it's going to swing at you. The scythe. 17 against your AC -4.
My AC -4. No, it will not hit.
Okay. He used his full movement to get up to you, so he couldn't spring attack. The next one is dazed. The other one is going to withdraw from 1. And then he did a withdraw action, so he didn't get attacked. And then it is Pledrum's turn.
All right, gonna back this one upside the head. Okay, Inspire Courage, Arcane Strike, gonna pop Power Attack. And not Friendly Rivalry.
Friendly rivalry would apply right now.
I'm pretty sure it has to be where each target the only one's targeting another person. I think we might have already talked about this, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's just we can't be targeting the same one, not anyone in the entire planet not threatening.
Yeah, I believe that we decided on the ruling that since you both are the ones that have it, as long as you're both not targeting the same creature.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
And these are before the -4s?
Yes.
Okay, so those will both miss.
Also both against flat-footed, though.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Don't they have to make a sense motive or something?
Not on the first one.
Okay.
But that was a critical.
So the flat-footed would hit them, and then the natural one would miss, but I will have them roll the sense motive. Could they actually have sense motive?
All right, it's their sense motive.
It's going to fail with that. I rolled a 2. So don't have to worry about it too much then.
Yeah, give me a second, because I forget if it's my Intimidate or my... But we can just continue on. I'll figure that out.
Yeah, you can do the math yourself there, but suffice to say, the first one does hit him squarely in the jaw.
Because no matter what it is, I don't think it's going to apply.
Gork, you're up.
All right. Now, the Berserker in me wants to end the grapple and then lay into him with a full attack. But the smarter person says I should just roll to maintain the grapple, and that'll still get me 1 free natural attack with my bear claws, which are cold iron.
It was a bluff check, by the way. That's
okay.
So I guess I roll to maintain?
Yep. You'll have a +5, I think, to maintain, so easily done.
Yep. And then it'll get me 1 shifter claw attack, which I will turn into a power attack because I know his AC is much lower right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I will risk it for the biscuit. Shifter Claw. It's a wish.
That'll hit.
For 17.
17. Does yours count as... Oh, it counts as cold iron.
Yep. Cold iron, magic, and silver. Shifter Claws are nice like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yep, still holding into him. I just dig my claws into the little fucker.
Yep, he is hurling obscenities that I don't think you can understand. Actually, you might. Do you speak Sylvan?
I believe I only speak Common, Giant, and Druidic.
Okay, so no, you don't understand him.
I do have Sylvan, but I guess we can put that on the back burner.
Yeah, it's just very
Just
a lot of
cursing
insults
out.
about his mother.
Yeah, I without knowing what he's saying, I can just tell him swearing. I'll look him dead in the eyes and say in Druidic, "Your mother was a tree stump." A language I know he doesn't know.
Right. Emmanuel, you're up.
Then he says in Common, "Well, that's just rude. How am I supposed to know what you're saying?"
All right. Does Manuel's going to use his swift action to invoke his fire aspect? He's going to swing at this guy twice with his cestus. Can he move up 5? Oh no, that's Pledrum. Okay,
Yeah,
never mind. There's
you guys are
Manuel.
kind of stuck in the line right now. Both of those will hit. Actually, -4. The first one will miss, and it won't confirm the second one.
All right. Well, the second one gets extra 11 fire damage. And then can Juan hit anyone?
He cannot.
Okay.
The way the
And
angle is positioned, and there's nothing near him to bite
would
at.
Juan's burrow work in here?
No, because it is hard stone. It's not like dirt you can travel underneath.
All right.
Are you giving combat advice or anything to anybody? Oh, you know you can
No,
full
it's
attack.
full round attack. Yeah.
Yep. I forgot. Fixa.
All right. Yeah, we'll just full round attack the guy that Gork has.
Go for it. He's easy pickings right now. Hit, and hit. He is down.
5-foot step up. And that'll be my turn.
Gotcha. Reese, you're up.
Mm-hmm. Well, my immediate thought is to ask why they're helping the giants, but we're kind of in the middle of a fight. Could shout it out in Sylvan, but actually, well, it probably won't do anything good to help them, but it would give us some room to maneuver. So what I'm going to do first is disintegrate one of these walls and get us a 10-foot by 10-foot room to stand in.
Which side are you doing?
They both seem as good as the other, but I'll go with the right side for now.
Okay, so this part right here is just cleared away. I'm just going to move the dynamic lighting so you have access to that spot.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll curse them as the allies of the giants as I move in here, just to see what that provokes.
You did a 5-foot, I believe, so you're fine. Oh, wait, no, this is squeezing, so.
Shouting the word at them that they're.
Oh, you hear one of them be like,
as allies of the giants.
"Oh yeah, okay, sorry, I misunderstood." He calls out like, "Whoents?"
I think they're just dicks.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that is what red caps are. But hey.
Okay. This one's going to live dangerously and is going to swing into here. And is going to take a swing at Reesh.
Well, not going to end well for him.
No, it's not.
I imagine that'll hit you.
Let me double check what my.
If the fucking wizard has 27 AC, I just quit.
I think this Shield of Faith add-on, it's deflection. So even if I'd used it, it'd be only one more. But no, I'd take that. That's 18 damage.
Okay. And then he is going to cleave forward to Pledrum. This will have a +2 because of flanking.
Then yes, that will hit.
I will say Pledrum and Reesh are no longer squeezing because of the disintegrate, but the rest of you still are.
Yep.
Maybe should have done mirror images, but
I mean, I do question the logic of mirror images in such a tight space, though.
This
Like,
one's
I
going
know-
to come and attack Gork. We'll miss you. I think even
Yep.
with your -4.
That still puts me at 20.
The second attack against Pledrum will miss. And then one of them is going to attack Emmanuel. 24 to hit. Your AC is -4, I believe, but I think it's still a 25, so I think that'll still miss. So he will retreat, and you will get an attack of opportunity.
Emmanuel does.
Yes.
Okay.
That'll hit.
+7 fire.
A little bit of a damage minute to get through, but he does escape. But it does come to Pledrum's turn.
all right. First attack on the guy in front of me, and then if he dies, like second attack on the one behind me.
Is this one you count as in front of you, or does this one count as in front of you?
This one,
Gotcha.
because he was when I was fighting for. All right.
Will hit and will hit. Both of them will be required to knock them down, though. And that will finish him off.
Okay. Well, that's my turn. Full attack.
It's progress.
You know what? Fix this right there. I'm gonna full attack this one.
Are you going to drop the grapple on? Oh, no, you killed that other one. I think.
Yeah, that one's dead.
That's a new one. I forgot, so never mind.
Yes, and I'm depending on a fixer to be able to get that one down. No one's hit this one, so no blood for the Empire. I will power attack, haste, bloody frenzy. Okay.
Flanking.
Yeah, flanking, but I don't have a little buff for that. So full attack, shifter claws.
Hit, and miss. I think
So
you get
that's-
one more attack, don't you?
Oh yeah, because of haste. Nope. Wait. Yeah, it's a natural one, but it's a. Oh right, because my first one's a +19. I forget. So that last one will miss. So that's still 36 damage, bypassing their cold iron DR.
He
Oh my
takes
god,
that,
I
and he
forgot I
hit.
had DR silver this entire time. I should give myself 10 health back because I don't think their things are silver.
No, they're not.
Okay, hold on. Let's give myself 10 health back.
But that will be your turn, as it is now Emmanuel's turn.
I'm a werewolf.
Yeah, I genuinely did. We haven't played this game in like a month.
I thought you could only do that when you're in a form, or is it just all the time?
It's passive. It's all the time, day and night.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Emmanuel steps up, hit and miss, but seems to be the fire is affecting them, but the other stuff's not really getting through.
Yeah, that's a pretty high DR, 10. And if that's not getting through,
Yeah, it's a DR10.
Can Juan move like this through ally space?
Yeah, it will get an attack on him. 29 to hit.
Does not hit.
He would have been considered. No, he wouldn't be considered squeezing anymore. So yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. All right, and single attack from Juan.
Wasting all my good attacks with against Juan, I swear.
+2 for flanking.
That will hit.
So
I have a feeling I know what's going to happen to this thing. Yeah, he's done.
oh, you want to grab him?
Well, I was hoping that 36 damage
Dude,
pretty good distance to
fucking
that.
suicide bomb to his chest with that stupid shit he did.
Yeah, that was a tactical error by that guy. Kamikaze!
Well, to be fair, you gotta have to imagine they're probably not used to a lot of things that are able to bypass their DR.
Yeah,
Explode the wall, make a room.
jumping out of the walls. Oh shit, let's wait for something weaker that we can kill.
Depends how many more than there are. I mean, they're doing decent damage when they hit.
Just imagine if they one of them got a natural 20, they have a ×4 crit. Good scythe.
What are they wielding?
Scythes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess we'll see if more pop out of the walls, but
It's your turn, Afixa.
I will 5-foot step and full attack.
Swing.
+2 for flanking.
Yep. That'll finish it off easily. And I will say, I'll just go ahead and take you out of the turn order. The other one does not show back up.
he's jumped down, changed his name.
Turned into a blue cap. Changed from blood to Crip. Or is it Crip to blood? I can't remember what the color is each.
He realized he was the last one and was like, well, now the ladies are all mine.
Whenever I think about monsters that are not equipped to attack an adventuring party, jumping them, I just think of this old Skyrim joke that people like to make.
The one where... Yep.
Like, we should rob this guy.
You mean the guy that just killed a dragon and sucked out its soul? Yeah.
Yep. Let's do it.
I saw.
I think it's a little bit better than in what was before Skyrim.
Oblivion.
Oblivion, yeah, where you had bandits in like full glass armor.
I know.
Bro, come on, just
What the
retire.
hell?
Level scaling is always the stupidest fucking idea. I get wanting to have people have a challenge, but a lot of the times it just ends up actively punishing you for leveling up.
Yeah.
Oh, you passed this arbitrary level threshold. Now things are going to start to beat the shit out of you again.
Okay.
And Skyrim bandits with glass armor, I don't think. I think it was usually.
No, they always had leather, and they were crap from the beginning of the game to crap to the end of the game.
I imagine you're heading on or continuing on.
Yeah.
Probably a little pause to make sure they don't immediately redouble on us, but yeah.
Yeah.
It does seem that they are
one
any of them that are you do still occasionally hear the tapper of feet, but it seems to be giving you a wide berth at this point.
All right, let's see if this goes where we think it does.
Go ahead and whoever's wanting to try to traverse and navigate, roll me a survival because it is still a very maze-like set of tunnels.
I'm just going to
What I do.
is going to crush this.
So
With whatever of those modifiers down below you can apply.
yeah. So yeah, very easily you're able to find your way. You very pick up on the fact that there is a draft after a while that you are imagining are coming from an opening. So you follow the way, and eventually you do see the path begin to widen. Still narrow, but not quite squeezing anymore. In the distance, about let me see, distance wise, about 100 or so feet beyond what you can see. Or about 100 feet off, you do see the cave expand open, because I know Afixa and Pledrum now both have 120 dark vision.
Mhm.
So you do see an opening in the cave if you wish to continue.
Fix will glance back and just kind of give a curious look with a thumbs up or thumbs down kind of gesture.
Like a hole in the cave is in the cave ends, and it's going.
It expands into a bigger cave, essentially.
Here, before we continue on, let's invisibility sphere.
Probably smart.
Are you able to get everybody within range with that?
What's the reach on it?
They have to be within 5 feet.
Okay, you won't be able to
You
get
sure?
everybody.
I think
with
they
that.
have to be within 10 feet of you.
10
Yeah,
feet.
but even then, we'd have to shuffle into the middle of the party, and
Yeah.
even then.
It's
The path isn't enough to group up like that right now.
Yeah, it's a 10-foot
Okay.
radius
10-foot
around
radius.
you.
All right, hold on. I have a question though. So hypothetically, let's say Pledrum's in the middle. So two of us exit the hole with him right behind us, so we're still in the sphere. Now, will the people on the other side see the people on the other side of the invisibility sphere, or is it like a blocking screen?
It is not a blocking thing.
Okay, I'm just asking.
So I just made an aura on the map that I'm on. You would not be able to get everybody. At least Afixa and Juan would be outside of it.
All right, Fix will just go ahead and stealth then.
I mean, I think we should all roll stealth even with invisibility. It doesn't make us
Yeah.
silent.
Stealth
Yeah.
gives you just like a plus 20 while you're moving.
Ba-dum,
Yeah,
ba-dum,
bears are not very quiet.
ba-dum, ba-dum.
I'm
So-
going to shift Juan's aspect so that he has an extra 5 on the stealth.
Well, I will bring you to the new map. And I will shift click you down.
Oh no, it's B7B.
Mhm.
I don't know why it revealed that, but whatever. It doesn't really affect anything.
Bingo.
Sometimes I just do that. I have map markers on.
Oh, I do the same thing on mine.
Oh, yeah.
Afixa, before I roll his perception, you do see what looks like a kobold in the distance.
Quick
Things are just getting smaller down
detect
here.
evil.
What's the range on that? Because
60 foot.
Let me see. He's just out of range.
Okay, well, I'll shift
But
forward.
before you move, he rolled a natural 20 on his perception.
Oh, yeah, definitely noticed me then.
Yeah, so as soon, like, that's actually as a GM, that's my favorite thing sometimes,
Right.
because I work hard on these encounters, and then
Mhm.
when you guys skip them, I feel bad, but I'm also happy that you guys use your resources. But you see this one kind of just standing there, like doing something on the ground, like it looks like he's like chipping at something.
Mhm.
But as you're moving, the kobold kind of raises their head and turns and sees you and just.
Oh, this is not going to be your day, buddy.
Quack.
Is the quack
Yeah.
thing from a video game?
It's a joke from internet
Team 4-star
series.
at least.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z Bridge, the majestic space duck.
Mhm.
They're like, wait, what was that sound on that ridge? And then a guy just very clearly says, quack! They're like, oh, it's just the space duck.
Initiative.
Because I could see
Then
that in the Hitman games. Would you like make a fake duck sound? Something stupid.
Then they brought it full circle with the one android identifying him as a duck.
Right.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
But we got nothing to worry about. Kobolds and gnomes get along fine.
As he looks at you all, you see him. I'm going to have him use his movement, since I let people do potions as a movement, and his standard. He pulls out 2 vials, pops the corks, and just downs them both while looking at you. You see his eyes go red, and he smashes both bottles in hands, and he's like,
He's gonna blow.
Is that Kip?
I think he's like the kobold version of Gore.
Emmanuel.
A little bit further in the
he's
tunnel.
too far
You
away
might
for
be able
me
to
to
get
see,
by.
right?
Yeah,
60
if
feet.
you have your vision on there, so if you don't see him, you don't see him.
Okay.
The only things that
He's-
sees him
he's down
are
this way.
Afixa. Yeah. Afixa and Pledrum, I think, are the only ones that can see him.
And this is still hard ground.
Yes.
Even though it's 15 foot.
Currently, he
Still
doesn't see
kinda
anyone but Juan and Afixa. Like, even with that natural 20, like, some of them he might see. Let me see. He sees Juan plus 20. He does see Emmanuel's shadow. He doesn't see Rish. And he sees Gork. So Rish, I guess, is the only one.
So
Oh,
he pretty
Pledrum.
much sees
Well,
everybody.
he
He
knows
sees
there's a lot
everybody
of
but
people.
Rish and Pledrum.
But he
There's
sees
a
4
lot
of
more
us.
people than he sees.
Yes. Yeah, he's just gonna wait. Can I hold action for if he comes in my sight, shoot him?
Yep.
Okay. Why are we waiting?
Because you're in the back.
All right. I am
Good
going
answer.
to start my Inspire Courage and cast Mirror Images on myself. So it'll be cast as my level 2 spell. Which means at this level that is cast 1d4 plus 1 image per 3 caster levels. Okay.
I think at this point you're up to plus 3, isn't it?
Oh, it's plus
For your
2
mirror
for
images, isn't it plus 3 right now? And then next level it'll be plus 4.
Plus 3? If it's,
So 1d4
Divide
plus
by
3
3,
mirror
we're
images.
11. So, 3 and 2/3 of a mirror image
Yeah.
for free.
does that work? Can I just have like 2/3 of Pledrum running around?
Down the middle.
You have a pair of
lengthwise.
legs running around, but it's not going to distract anybody.
No, it's 2/3 of
That'd be
Pledrum
7.
lengthwise.
It'd be 7 total, so
It'll be 1d4 plus 3.
Oh, yeah. 4 plus 3.
No, it's non-contiguous, so it's the legs, the arms, and the head.
So you have 5 images.
No. It's the head, the torso, the hands, and the feet. He's Raymond.
I think one of these days
Hey, everybody loves Raymond.
we need to make the official Pixel Buddy fantasy role-playing game, and we just add all of that shit into like the base is D&D, but then we add like the 3/4 mirror image system on top.
Just arbitrary ass rules that just are in there for no fucking reason.
That's all you're doing for Pledrum?
Yep.
The whoever
Reach.
smelt it dealt it rule. You fart in real life, you fart in the game.
I keep forgetting Pledrum is not multi-class. He's a full bard,
All NPCs' attitudes towards you go down 1 level.
which is really great for these spells. If you guys didn't know, being 1 class is great for spells.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I was a wizard, I remember.
No, multi-classing's a martial thing.
Well, I guess the best move right now would be to get haste back up, because I'm sure it wore off during that tunnel run.
Oh, yeah. So you're all hasted?
Mhm.
I imagine you're staying put, but I don't want to judge you.
Yep. So it would seem.
Fix it.
Alright. She is going to. Well, since she's clearly been spotted, she's going to. Is she able to charge?
Yeah, you can hold a
Oh.
charge. It's a standard action, so.
The only questionable
Oh,
part I would
right,
say
right.
would be that through there. But you're small, so
Yeah.
if it's
Yeah.
a straight.
I will say, going through this tunnel, none of you are squeezing at this point. It's just still too wide. It's too narrow to go more than single file for most of it. So.
But I'm good to. Do you say, is this a surprise round or a normal?
This is a normal round.
Okay, yeah, so I'll charge through.
Off into the darkness. Goodbye.
And then
Fortunately, I have magic missile for exactly this situation.
this +2, +3. 25.
That will
That
miss.
little gnome
Oof.
doesn't get hurt.
It doesn't even so much miss as you hit him against the head, and you see his stop against his hide, and he just like stares at you like, really?
Is that with 2 from charge and 1 from haste?
No, that's with 2 from charge, 1 from guidance. Haste is already built into it.
Okay.
Wait, let me see if yeah, haste is still active.
Okay. Gork.
Pitter patter 20 feet up so I can see what we're dealing with. And then I guess I'll just say this is a run. See, I can run 80 feet, and I moved, I think, 55. So if I move 25 feet more, I can get.
Run is a straight line.
Oh, okay. So then I would be here, winding it back. That's 50.
And I think your movement is 20, or is it 25, isn't it?
No, my movement is 20, so my run would be 80 according to this little sheet.
Oh, yeah. So you can get basically straight up to like here, or like here.
Yeah, I'll say right here. What the hell?
Gotcha.
And then swift action, pop my claws. I know that we often take it for granted that they're always out, but I'm trying to be honest about it.
No, you're all good.
Not too many things take swift actions.
Yeah,
There's a few
exactly.
classes that have to juggle them, but I don't know if Shifter's one of them, other than the claws.
I have my minor aspect is also a swift action.
So first things first, this kobold is going to enter a rage.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't know any better. First thing that came up to her is a fixa. It is going to full attack you.
Okay.
I'm offended on behalf of Afixa that you said doesn't know any better. Like Afixa isn't the main damage dealer.
Actually, my AC is 30 now, so all those would hit. Ouch.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how much damage that does.
I did say this place is dangerous.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Minus 33.
138.
Minus 30.
I will say it is not going to attack you when you're unconscious. So
Well,
3 of
I
them knock
wouldn't-
you unconscious.
Three,
So
of
then
them, three of them wouldn't knock me unconscious.
So she is going to do the full attack on you then.
So then I will go ahead and bust out my emergency. Was it? Because I'll definitely need it. Hero's Defiance to try to get me at least within non-dying range.
Yeah.
24, and I'll take the additional 4 for 28. So I am at 0. Actually,
So
I'll take.
Do you want to still be standing? That's the question.
I'll take the sanctuary and be at -4. Fast healing. We'll do the fast healing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the smarter play.
Or plus 24, and then fast healing of 3.
So those of you who can see this, which is just 3 of you, because counting the one that got hit with it, this kobold just snarls and lets out a growl, and all of a sudden you just see it spin and just slice into Afixa.
Shit, and it rolled low. Well, medium to low, but still.
It has stupid amounts of attack.
Orc, we gotta kill this guy.
Plus 31, wow.
I will say, this isn't buffed up because you fought down 2 potions.
Down 2 things of fuck you.
Is it like a mutagen rager?
It's actually just Mountain Dew.
After you fight it all, you know. But. Anyway, Emmanuel, I imagine you heard Afixa cry out from that. I can't imagine you were silent from that.
No.
Can I move through my friends?
You can move through your friends here, yeah.
He's activated his ability, Gamer Rage.
I remember
He drank 2 vials of Mountain Dew, and he's good to go.
in the loading port at work, some liquid spilled that was yellow, and one of my supervisors comes through and he goes, "Is that piss?" And I said, "That's Mountain Dew. You wish it was piss."
You do have line of sight to this thing without having to get cover, by the way.
All right. Does deadly aim have to be within 30 feet, or is that just
Yes.
point blank shot?
Point blank shot.
No, point blank shot, yeah. Deadly
Okay.
aim, you can...
Do we have buffs up? Bardic buff or anything?
Haste.
We have Bardic and Haste.
Oh, haste.
And I will say, with Bardic and stuff, all sense of stealth is kind of out the window right now.
Yeah, figured.
Mm-hmm.
As though the loud kobold and dying screams of a gnome.
Yeah, seeing Afixa laying on the ground, he is going to pull. What is the greater monstrous humanoid slaying arrow? Should I save that?
It's used against monstrous enemies, and I will say kobold's probably not a monstrous humanoid.
I think monster
Humanoid kobold.
Yeah, like a subtype. I could say.
Has anyone injured this thing?
I do
Nope.
not think so.
Blood for the Empire, no.
Nope.
Blood Empire, no. Okay. Here.
Yeah.
God,
Humanoid
he's got
reptilian.
full attack. Get one extra. Paste.
Miss, and hit.
19.
Actually, no. First one would hit now that he's raging.
So 26 or below is the AC at the moment.
You also see a lot of the damage seems to ping off of this kobold's hide.
All right. I'm going to send Juan. Masterson's the other. He's got Long Strider up still, so he's got 100 foot. Get to. Here's a double move.
Gotcha.
Shame I did not memorize Siphon Magic today. This would be probably a good point to use it.
All right.
Mhm.
Go to cast. Yeah, can I just run up there? Let me see. No, I'm gonna have to cast. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cast Dimension Door and pop up behind him.
Yeah, you do have a 60-foot move with haste. Oh shit, that's right. The bear dude would have had 40.
Yeah, wouldn't have made a difference. Oh well.
Yeah,
I could have charged. I think that's about it.
but I'm good to pop Dimension Door here and box this guy in a little bit more, considering how dangerous he is. So, Dimension Door will carry me how far? Pretty far enough. It's like, yeah.
Dimension Door is quite a long range, so
Yeah, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level.
so pretty much anywhere you can see right now, you could easily get to.
So popping through the Dimension Door, and I'll just place myself down over here.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, I will place myself down over here because I will not be poised to attack this round, unfortunately.
Gotcha. And that is your turn.
Yeah, that's a movement and a standard.
Gotcha. Marish, before you go,
Mm-hmm.
coming out of the hallway up above, you see a colossal stone giant. You're like, Enga, what's going on? And then he sees a lot of you. He's like, oh, small folk. Intruders! Intruders! As he's just calling down the halls.
Mm-hmm.
And now it is your turn, Reese.
Well, he took my invisibility with him, but at least got Gork between me and him. I'm gonna hit him with an innervation real quick.
You move
Let's
55
see.
feet.
That's 3 negative levels.
What's your movement speed? Because you moved 55.
With haste, it's 60.
Oh, damn. I forgot about
That
that.
was your move.
Yep. Innervation, 14 touch.
Yes.
That will miss, unfortunately.
Damn it, I rolled high on the levels too.
Do you have any hero points left?
You used the second one,
Maxed
I
at
believe.
2. Yeah.
Yeah, I maxed it too, so. Fortunately, that does miss.
Mm-hmm.
But it will bring us back to Afixa, whose fast healing brings you to -1, I believe.
Yep.
But otherwise, you're unaffected. Gork, you just saw this thing cleave into Afixa with gusto.
I don't have time to assume any of my other forms for fancy stuff, so I'm just going to go straight into the Shifter's Claw full attack. So, boom.
Miss, and miss.
And
Hit.
15. Cold Iron, Magic, and Silver.
Still seems to not bypass what he has.
Okay.
He still likes the damage, but he does seem to take reduce.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying to riddle my riddling brain. The biggest problem I always run into, and it's just a shifter thing, is assuming my more powerful forms really gobbles up the old action economy. But that's my turn.
Okay. It is going to roll a 1d2 to decide who to attack, Gork or Juan.
Wait, sorry, one last thing. Swift action, I want to assume my minor bear aspect.
Fine
I could
for
do
me.
that in addition to the full attack, but other than that, all that does is give me some temporary HP.
So 1, he's going to attack Gork. 2, he's going to attack Juan. He's going to attack Juan.
Will this be when Juan finally dies?
Let's find out.
Gonna body this guy.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye, Juan. We knew thee well.
So
He's still up.
Whew. Looking rough. All right, hold on.
That
let
wouldn't
me
have killed
look
me, so it wouldn't have killed Juan.
I know he has like 40 less health than you.
Yeah, he doesn't get as many hit die as we do.
Yeah, I know, but he's lived through some crazy stuff that an animal
All
companion
right, he's
shouldn't have
got
lived.
a 34. So the last one will miss. The second one, he's going to use Bolster Companion to avoid. So he'll take the first and the third.
33 misses?
75.
I thought I built my character good. 33 misses?
Yeah, he's got a 34 right now with the bark skin.
Should have rolled the snake.
It's a shame too. I haven't been rolling that high, and he hasn't got his crit on 19s yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now suddenly the wind's turning in your favor, and he's so full of himself.
I just want to kill this goddamn snake.
No, by all means, then don't roll randomly to see who he attacks.
Well, that's just not fair
true.
if I didn't. Both of you were equal threats in his eyes.
Well, that's just insulting to me now.
Just double check and make sure that he doesn't have anything else. Nope, that's it.
Big snake or giant fucking barrel-chested werewolf man?
I mean, technically, he's just a dwarf right now.
I'm assuming minor bear
And
aspect.
he's
So
not
I've
even
got
a
the
big
hair
snake.
coming.
He's just a normal snake right now.
A medium snake. That's like an anaconda.
That would be a
Yeah.
huge snake if you saw it in real life. Go, if you saw a fucking
Oh God, yes.
long
Especially if it was trained to attack and was wearing armor. Yeah, I'd have issues.
Okay. It is Emmanuel's turn, though.
Right. Well, yes, full attack is better. Can he do any kind of knowledge to know what?
You can do a knowledge local or a knowledge. No, just knowledge local, I believe, or for humanoids.
To know what's called
What's his deal?
DR.
Don't know shit.
So go ahead, tell me all about this guy.
This is a dragon in human form.
Oh,
Even though he's a kobold.
The
Yeah.
dragon in human form,
A
despite
dragon in kobold form.
dragon nor in human form.
Emmanuel doesn't know. He just thinks it's a human. Very
He had
small
a
one.
very unloving relationship with his parents, and that manifests his violence out for Spanker. Just a single tear rolls down Emmanuel's cheek.
The token doesn't represent it, but when he rages, he goes goth mode.
Mhm.
Like his eyes grow dark and black, and his scales darken and everything.
Yeah, we don't
All right.
understand his pain.
Manuel's going to there, and he's casting Gravity Bow. Juan's moving up 1, and Juan is going to full attack. And with haste
Just
attack.
FYI, if it gets down to that, retreat is always an option.
No,
Mhm.
no,
do
we
we
understand.
have flanking at this point?
Yes, you'll have flanking for this.
I'm just wondering if we can get past this boy's AC and DR if he's not just a walnut.
Mhm. He's certainly playing cockers with the fixes nuts, at least. Yeah.
Non-existent nuts. I mean, at least for now, we don't know what the next reincarnation will be.
Right.
If she's having identity problems now. Wow.
Yeah.
So that first 2 would hit.
Oh, good.
And the
Do
grapple
they
of 40?
constrict?
Grapple of 40 would grapple.
Mhm.
That's good.
On the bright side, he's using a halberd, which he can't use grappled.
Yep.
This is
Two-handed
true.
weapons. That was actually going to be my plan if Juan hadn't pulled it off, as I was going to try to grab him, because I can't full attack, but I can still claw him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just deducting DR and everything. Making sure I don't fuck it up. Okay. And then it will be Pledrum's turn.
I'm going to 5'7" and wail on this guy. With all my favorite bonuses. Power attack, flanking.
Mm-hmm.
Blood
Blood for the Empire. Yep.
Just freestyle all over his face. I don't think grappled. That might hit.
-2, -4 from Dex, so 2.
Against
The second one will hit. Oh, flat-footed. No, those will both hit.
always the flat-footed.
I always forget that.
Yep. 25 damage each.
Reduced, but those are probably the ones that have done the most to him so far.
I imagine.
Okay, so give me 1 second real quick. I have to add something to a turn order real quick.
Playing with this dude's head.
I mean, if you guys think you're faring better, I'm more of a death by 1,000 cuts guy. I can go fight those giants.
If they're coming out of the north tunnel, then it might be needed to hold them off, but it also depends on if he gets onto the snake's grass.
'Cause I can like giant
Yeah.
run
If
over
he
there.
one
Giant
hit, he could end Juan.
Giant bear.
Um, This guy walks over to here. You see him pull out. It looks like a large spear, and you see him like he doesn't even throw it. He just kind of drops it, and it hovers for a second before it launches over at Juan. You're grappling his ally.
Mm-hmm. Of course, Pledrum's also wailing on him, but
And he misses.
woo.
You do have a -2 to your AC for grappling, by the way.
I do, so that takes it down to a 32.
Okay, that's all I need to know. And then the spear returns to his hand.
Does he not see the 5 pledrums rattling this dude?
He does, but he also sees Juan grappling him, and
Yeah,
a grappled
gi-
ally is a
big
little bit of a
snake
problem.
Wrapping around him is pretty deadly.
Oh no, if it wasn't for that, if he wasn't grappled, he wouldn't be concerned with Juan right now.
Right, well, second and final innervation for the day. 23
That will.
touch. Yay. Hit all 4 negative levels. And I did fix the macro, so it's subtracting the damage bonus.
Let's see. So this will be And then his attack rolls and everything's pretty much at -4.
Yeah, -4. Do still have the wand of it, but I like to Bogart wands.
This is
I
This is
know.
fair.
Richard plays Fergus.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I mean,
I have one wand.
I know, but it's just funny because when you acquired it, you didn't tell anyone in the party that you found it. You literally just put it in your bag until a fight later on when you pulled out a freaking dark saber and everyone just rolled with it.
Listen, okay?
Did
The
he have
party has seen weirder shit that they can do. I needed that.
No, I know. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have it. I'm just saying in roleplay, you're just like, mine.
Yeah.
and then thus went all the rest of the magical items in that.
Yeah, that too. Oh, no, that's not true. The dragon slaying axe went to Thrum and then to the bottom of the ocean. It got like used in 2 fights.
Yep.
We're never finding that.
And more folks incoming.
All right. Hope you guys can handle this guy.
That is the question.
It's just a kobold. How did this even happen?
Okay, they all double move to there. It is a Fix's turn. You are now up at 2 hit points.
Right.
What's wrong with stone giants and pathfinders?
Okay. Touch yourself.
Yep. So +3, and then I'll go ahead and use both a standard and a swift to give me 2 uses of the lay on hands.
Um,
Or is
I
that
would
now?
argue
So,
stuff can be shifted down, but it's up to the DM.
Hold on. This is a thing I think this thing realistically would do. Give me a second because I don't want to feel like I'm calling it out. But so peeking behind the curtain, he has Witch Hunter, so he has a predisposed thing to hating spellcasters and healers in particular.
He is grappled if we're referring to the
He
kobold
does,
here.
but he does have something else. But I brought up the page because what it's listed on my thing doesn't read correctly, so it doesn't apply to this particular thing.
Mhm.
So disregard.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I think lay on hands is supernatural ability. Spell like or.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and 1 second.
I mean, he could still hate it as magic, but I don't know if anything.
Yeah,
will give
I don't want
to
to say what it is right now, but he has a certain ability that could come into play.
Right. So first lay on hands, we'll also be using the extra 6 hit points. So we got 22, 20, 28 plus 28. And then I'll do it again, and this one's going to be adding the sanctuary. So
Gotcha.
plus 27 and sanctuary, and there is no gate up safely.
Fast healing.
So
He can't provoke right now.
oh, he can't.
Yeah, he's grappled.
He's
Oh,
grappled.
I didn't.
I thought you can still provoke when you're grappled.
No, you can't take an attack when you're grappled.
His weapon though is two-handed.
You
So
can-
he can't.
So I
You can
guess
still take
yeah.
an attack while you're grappled. You can still take AOs. You just can't use two-handed weapons.
So yeah, I guess if he wants to lash out with one of his claws,
Sure.
which in turn would provoke an attack of opportunity from
Okay.
everyone around him.
I'll go ahead and do that. Since he's grappled with the two-handed weapon, Fix would see that and would at least stand up.
Yeah, kobolds
Okay,
don't
he will
actually have
he will
natural
attack.
attacks, so yeah.
It is not a claw or anything. He has a spiked weapon on his tail.
He will need to give me a
Will save?
will save. Yep. Oh yeah, that passes.
He is going to make a single tail attack against you for 19.
Ouch.
This is going to be a -6 to that attack
By 6. Okay.
Hit.
So
because of the negative levels and the grapple.
All right.
So that will be 30 something. So still think it might hit you.
yeah. So yep, definitely hits. Took the damage.
Gotcha. So that's all, and that's your turn,
Yep, all three things I could do.
Gork.
All right, first thing I'm going to do, standard action, I'm going to assume Celestial Bear form.
You go big, right?
Yep, that's large.
Yeah, grappled
Yeah.
per the condition. Grappled creatures cannot make attacks of opportunity.
Well,
Boom.
more you know. So give yourself that 19 damage back.
So I hope you guys have this under control because I am going to go plug this hallway here.
Yeah. Well, the question on if it's in control or not is coming up right after.
Yep.
So that is my movement and my standard.
Gotcha. He is not going to try to break. He's just going to try to kill one. Because he has his tail free, because he can still attack with it. He is going to full attack with his tail. This is going to be a -6 on each of these rolls.
Oh my god, they all miss.
They do all miss.
Hold it still, Juan.
You know, I just realized a snake that's coiled around a lizard who's trying to attack him with a blade on his tail is going to be like a weirdly mesmerizing dance.
It really is.
I feel like I'm watching National Geographic.
When do they start fucking?
I'm just making sure he doesn't have anything, because he has a lot of feats at this level.
Mm,
I don't
if it
believe so.
is +5 to maintain.
Yes, the snake fighter feat makes him automatically kill snakes.
That with +5 to maintain.
The snake assassin prestige class.
±6 to his.
Well, yeah. If he's maintaining, I don't think he gets a full attack, though. Is the thing? Are you dropping and then trying to re-grab him?
Please don't do that.
No, I would not do that. I thought if he...
I like that.
But-
Maintaining, you get a natural attack for free.
I like
Yeah.
what snake
And
assassin.
your constrict always triggers whenever
So you would still get
uh,
that first attack, and then the
the constrict,
grab and
yeah.
and the
constrict one.
constrict. Yeah. Okay.
So
that's
you do
fine.
maintain the grapple, and he takes. Let's see.
With haste, does he get another? No,
No,
because it's
It's
not a
grapple.
full attack.
It's a grapple
Just-
condition thing.
Gotcha. So that was what he can do. And then it's Emmanuel's turn.
Emmanuel. Really want to shoot at the giant, but I'll wait.
I think the kobold's a bit more
Focus
of a
on the kobold.
Yeah.
My AC goes up by 8, fighting these giants, and I'm in my maximum durability form. I can hold it down for a round.
Snake man, take me by the hand.
But don't know if I can hit this guy.
Just try. Please try.
He's grappled. You've probably, I would hope, have a precise shot at this point.
31 and 38 will both hit. So. Gotcha. Pledrum.
Another 40.
All right, time to bang him some more. Wham bam.
Hit and hit with the flat-footed.
All right, takes 33 and 27.
He's starting to take some damage. The damage reduction is helping him, but only so far.
Man, I want whatever this potion was that gave him the DR.
Probably stone skin, I'd imagine. I don't know if I can actually do a spellcraft to tell if a potion effect, but
Yeah, that's usually
I tried. I got
Yeah,
a 3.
it's usually also as it's being cast.
He is going to full attack Gork.
All right, so my AC is 4 higher, so those will both miss. Because since he's not attacking with reach, it's not 8 higher. It's only +4 against
Yeah.
giants now.
As he misses you and he realizes, he turns back, he's like, "Go get assistance!" As he yells back to the other giants.
There's 4 giants back there, and I am going to murder them all systematically.
How is the kobold looking as far as...
He is, after that last attack from Pledro, he is now looking bloodied. So about half health.
He does have 20 less max health from levels,
He
but I
does.
don't know if we...
I've already counted that into there.
Yeah.
Taking damage.
I'm still debating on if I want to use charge off the wand, but if anything deserves it, this hitting
This is the
fucker.
toughest creature we've fought.
So hit off the wand. God, 14.
That will miss even with them grappled.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the whole bloodied thing was something I remember being introduced in 4th edition, and
It was.
And I think it's one of those good mechanics they should have probably brought back for 5th. It would have been fun to have some creatures that specifically say, when bloodied or at half health, they suddenly get these abilities.
It's because everything from 4th edition became like the plague afterwards.
Yeah. There were some good ideas, but I understand where a lot of the complaints were. Like, minions, the rule of that has been imported to so many other non-D&D systems since then, because it's fun.
As the stone giants go, a couple of them run off and start screaming. You start hearing them yell down the hallways, "We have intruders! Everyone to your weapons!" The other 2 are going to hurl rocks at Gork.
Can they see past this guy in front of him? I don't know how tall the tunnel is.
Oh yeah, that is fair. So no, they're both going to run off too.
Retreat.
I mean, I figure we should at least kill the kobold and the guy with the magic flying spear and then run away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm on board with that.
Alright. She is going to 5-foot step. Swift action smite. And then full attack. While flanking.
Just FYI, it's not evil.
Oh shit.
I'm kidding.
Okay. I'm like, oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in danger.
Super good.
It's actually chaotic good.
Good.
Right. And
You
we're
are
hasted
breaking
to,
and entering.
Oh, I
This
get
is unlawful seizure.
Turns out this had nothing to do with the giant fortress. This was just a peaceful commune living underground.
We just broke into this kobold's house.
Quick, someone plant some cocaine on his body.
Those weren't potions. He's been snorting coke all day.
The first or the second one will be a +1.
Those all will hit. Let me see.
Okay.
And it still is. It does still get DR even from your weapon, by the way.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, if it's flat DR, then it's bypassed.
Hasted attack.
Which would further that it was a potion of stone skin.
So also hit. This suddenly went from okay to worse for him.
Well, he took out the right person first with the fixing.
He is not feeling good.
I would imagine not. I've got to assume those crits confirmed, and that's...
Yeah, those crits confirmed. I'm doing the math right now, but he is either unconscious or close to it. No, he is just close to it.
Die, motherfucker, die.
Gork.
Swift action, I would like to smite this giant. I assume that goes through?
Yep.
Alright, so this guy is in for a sizable beatdown here. Let me verify this is what I want to do. Yeah, I'll go balls to the walls. So I will. First thing I'm going to do is it's going to be full attack, unarmed strike, then 2 secondary bear claws on secondary bite. So this should have giant hunter already factored in.
Miss, and miss.
Wow, I made the wrong call. No worries. So
well, you just got bad rolls. I know.
Yeah.
How it is.
So
that one will hit.
The bear. So 1 bear claw hits.
Miss and miss.
That's damage.
Oh, that's
roll
the
right
damage,
there.
yeah.
So it's 29 damage, and then I still have my secondary bite. 29.
Miss.
All right, so 30 AC.
All right.
motherfucker.
So since my claw did hit, I do get to try to grapple him.
Yep.
That would be a 30 to grapple.
Will not grapple.
All right. Fair enough.
So now we get to a problem.
He has detonate, doesn't he?
Kinda. As you see him, like, he is battered and bloody and just a mess. You see him grab this necklace around his neck and pop it off.
He's
It's
gonna
full of a
fireball.
bunch of red beads.
Oh,
He's
shit.
Those are
Chaozu.
fireballs.
He's gonna Chaozu.
Mhm.
He is going to Chaozu and detonate all of these beads. So, reflex saves, everybody.
Yes,
calculate how many
you
D6
might want to make those
including-
too.
Including me?
Yeah, everyone within
so
20
I,
foot
I just
radius.
didn't know what the range was.
I'll use my last
check.
hero point to reroll that.
Okay.
I am not worried about this.
I have to just take the 15, but
Let's see.
I am moderately worried about this.
This is a type 4, so it has, let's see.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Each fireball rolled separately though when you detonate them all at once.
I'm just letting you do one save, or having you do one save.
Okay, but could you not? Because if
Let me see how many
failed,
dice it is, and then I'll
all
tell
of
you.
them.
Yeah.
Necklace of fireballs, type 4.
That's not doing us a favor. That's
Okay, so it's
a
type 4,
significant
but it
nerf.
has only 3 beads, so that's good news.
Mhm.
So it's only 20 d6. So yes, I'll let you all have 3 reflexes, and the
Okay,
DC,
so-
I'll let you know, is 14 to take half.
All right, so I succeed.
I'll wait for everyone to go and then I'll
I
roll.
failed, and then I succeed. So I only failed one.
Alright, I succeeded all 3. D6. This is gonna hurt.
Depends
so
on which
there's
one you see.
8. The first one is 8d6.
Mhm.
Oh. I have spell resistance.
So do I.
So does Juan, doesn't he?
So does Juan.
So let's see.
Let me quickly see how much my spell resistance is on Celestial Farm.
That's a 20.
I'm looking at the caster level of this, so I can determine what the
17.
spell.
I forgot I had Celestial on my. It's not much, but it might save me on some.
So these are all I'm gonna have to make 3 rolls since you wanted to roll on them all separately. So I'm just gonna do the same.
Very fair, very
So first one, spell pen, 16.
fair.
Fails.
Got
Second
me.
spell pen,
Oh yeah, it's CR plus
Third
5,
one.
so that'd be my HP.
That one bypasses.
So the second one, which is the one that I failed, does not pass my spell resistance, so it nullifies my failure.
so
'Cause
you hit with the first and third.
Yeah, because it says spell resistance is CR plus 5, so would CR be my HD or?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Oh.
for a fix it, did you pass? How many of those ones did you?
Only
pass?
the last one got passed.
Okay, and for Juan.
Juan passed 1. He only passed the middle one.
Okay.
So same as me, because he is the same template as me.
So I take
So-
half of 15.
I take 15 damage,
What was the DC?
The DC was 14.
Okay.
and then minus 7. Oh my god, I only took 22 damage from that.
Yeah, out of 66. So
Woo!
And this guy is just dead. He was low enough that it didn't matter. So I'm not even gonna
It
roll
was
for
a
his
hell of a way to
reflexes.
go out, though.
It's what I would have done.
Right.
Now the question is, what is Juan at now that he failed some of those?
Well, Juan has evasion, so he actually takes no damage from those.
Oh damn! There you go.
It was hope-
The only one that actually
So
hadn't
fun.
threatened anything.
and the rest of us are left with the puzzling sight of a grilled kobold encircled by an untouched snake.
Suddenly, we just see a word drift up from the air. It just says "miss."
Hey, just be glad. In the book, it was a type 7.
oh, shit.
Uh, Oh man. All of our defenses came into play all at once.
Right? We're like, oh
That
god,
dude
panic,
was
panic.
was the hardest guy ever.
Still got all 5 of those.
Woo.
So yeah, Emmanuel, it's your turn.
All right, Manuel's going to step up. And
I'm still just picturing it, but with the addition of the slight slide to the side that they
Yeah.
do.
Just like, and it's delayed too, like after the explosion.
Right?
So, Emmanuel, are you worried what happens if one ever goes rogue?
Manuel dies. All right, this is going to be with haste. So 3 gravity shocking arrows of Giant's Bane at this guy.
Got it. Miss and hit.
I don't know if you saw what I just saw. That's horrifying.
So that last hit gets an extra 2d6. And that should bypass any.
Luckily,
Yeah.
this guy doesn't seem to have DR, as that hit him.
One day the boss will just be 1. Okay. We got this guy blocking up the way, right?
You should be able to squeeze in here if you want to get a piece of this.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't communicate complex ideas right now, so I'm not going to relay any plans. Why did Juan just move?
I just told Juan to move over there.
Hit him with the bam.
That will hit. That'll miss. Sorry, that'll miss. I thought I said 36 for a second then.
Where's
He's
flat-foot?
flat-footed.
Oh, flat-footed. Yeah, that definitely will hit.
Okay.
And then flat-footed for the other one. Let me just double check. That one's on the fence. No, that one will miss.
Oh, I think it's only just the first one anyway, because he moved.
Actually, no, those will both miss with flat-footed because all of it is from armor. None of it is from dex.
Okay. Well, yeah, I moved, so it would just be the first attack anyways.
Okay. Seeing as his attacks are very ineffectual against Gork, he is going to focus now on Pledrum.
Big mistake.
You have mirror images, so
Medium mistake.
first one pops an image.
Never turn your back on a bear.
Mm-hmm.
Second one
Either
will
kind.
hit you for 33.
Oh dear.
It's okay, that's nasty. Don't worry, I can keep fighting for days.
And that will be his turn. Reesh.
Damn it. Had loaded out to fight the dragon, but
He turned out to be a
let's
chump.
see. Oh yeah.
Are you out of teleports? Out of character?
Yes. I
Damn.
mean, I can dimension door myself. Maybe a person I'm
that would have
carrying.
been a great escape method, but oh well.
I sincerely doubt they'll be able to get into these tunnels, but they'll probably be guarding them the next time.
Yep.
Well, gardening. Yes, there'll be
Gardening,
a lovely meadow of tomatoes. Next
Yep.
I was just about to ask, Kenneth, are you having a formatting error or something?
Oh, that's just one of the
not found.
time. I feel like an asshole now. They probably gave it to you to show them their wonderful meadows.
The little one's got away. Bring in the daffodil seed. When they get back here, we'll live in something they'll never forget.
A beautiful menagerie.
The secret is to sing to them as they grow.
So, Reesh, what are you doing?
DXE has stopped responding.
Study about 60.
I will tell you right now, none of those will trip him.
Okay.
They still do damage.
They do.
Is 17 damage.
Okay. And then Stone Giant's turn. Rounding the corner to the sounds of battle.
That is the first song on my album.
These are both going to throw rocks. Let's see who they can hit.
Oh, over there. Yeah.
Rounding the corners.
I
Battle.
can't see him really, so they're going to throw at Afixa. These are probably not going to do great against you, but
Miss. And
I mean,
miss.
Gork who just catches these.
but it is now Afixa's turn.
Right. Let's see.
You know,
Protection.
you know what?
3 more hit points back.
A viable move for us is Stone Giant throws rock at Gork. He shrinks it down and catches it, passes it to Pledrum, and Pledrum throws it back.
Fastball special in a different way.
Only if it enlarged. That would be even better.
She'll use lay on hands on herself as a swift action. So 24 back. And then she will charge.
I really thought I was about to kill Afixa for a
Right.
second time.
He almost did. All right. And I will attack him non-lethally.
Okay. Well, that's a crit confirm.
Well, that's an unconscious giant. It's gonna happen.
Not quite. They have a lot of HP.
Yeah.
And then Way of the Merciful lets me heal 2d6. So no more hit points.
How merciful.
How merciful, I shall bludgeon you to heal myself.
Dork.
All right. Seeing that this guy's a little tougher, I'm gonna shift my tactics. We're gonna do Shifter's Fury with claws, followed by 1 bite. Less attacks, higher chances of hitting.
Miss, hits. Oh, no, it's a grab, so.
Well, I mean, yeah. And then the bite, because my brilliant plan completely backfired.
Miss.
Yeah, you may want to get some room, Pledrum.
Yeah, anyway.
Talking about.
My God, I rolled like
All
a
right,
6.
Emmanuel is going to step up and
Only the grapple was above a 10. Oh my
will
God.
attack with Bane arrows again.
Go for it.
It's just
Miss, hit.
All right, and then I forgot Bane extra damage for 2 of them.
Got it. Brings us back to Pledrum. Or I guess, do you have him want to do anything? He's kind of...
I'm gonna tell Juan to.
The only place you can have him
guard
really
rush in the back.
fight is... You can technically have him fight this one, but...
Nah, 1 hit and he's dead. It's not worth the.
Come on, I want to kill him.
Absolutely not. I'm going to deny you.
You know, if I could ever roll above a 10 on all these
Oh no,
full
you
attacks.
can normally shred these things. You've just been having bad luck.
That's what I say. I'm like, you look at those damages. If I hit, you've been dead.
Meanwhile, in Club Lizard.
Blizzard.
Lizard.
That sounds like something else.
Are you my mommy?
Club Blizzard gonna go to
Gardening.
Sonic and get a
Gardening.
blizzard.
Club Blizzard goes gardening.
Oh my
It
God,
is
I'll
your
lizard
turn,
blizzard.
Michael.
All right.
Add up real quick.
Do I want to take the risk of getting attacked by this guy? Because more than likely, he'll just hit one of my images, and I'll be fine. But if he hits me, He's gonna knock
Mhm.
fucking Stone Age.
You could retreat and join us in Club Lizard.
It'll become
Absolutely no
Club
giants.
Blizzard.
I'm deciding whether or not I want to use Windy Escape, which will only help if his attack is not magical, which I doubt that.
I mean, you did see his spear magically float and
Oh, did I?
attack at distance. Yeah.
I do remember you said that now. Yeah, so I'll just move out and take the attack.
You're not going to withdraw?
No, because I want to cast a different spell.
Yeah.
Okay, he is going to spear you.
Oh, it's nice knowing you.
Holy
You still have
damage.
mirror images.
Still got mirror images. Just no.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
Shishka Pledrum.
Did you just kill Pledrum?
I
Yeah.
just destroyed Pledrum.
Do you guys have any hero points? Or?
Yeah. Do you have any hero points to like
I
cheat
think
death?
both of
Can't you burn them? Not just tap them?
We don't have enough to burn. You have to burn 3, so that's why we only get 2.
Yeah, that's why I did it too. So we can't just completely cheat death every few level ups.
But-
Yeah.
Takes 2 was what we decided on that.
Well, if you can
Yeah.
get his body out, Afixa can revive him.
Yeah.
Yep.
The question is how many pieces it's in.
It's just been speared. He's still mostly in that one piece.
It's just on the shish kebab now.
I've got 2 hero points. Can I like rub them together and?
I am afraid to say you're probably dead.
Just need to get him out and
Why
keep
has this
Fixer alive.
campaign been like the biggest meat grinder of our entire RPG career?
Okay, did you not remember Way of the Wicked?
Yeah, but it was only you and Michael dying.
Oh, I am sorry that the one person who was dying with him is the GM this time.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just get the record straight here. Your guys' first 2 characters left. They didn't die. Then the next 2 characters did die. And then you died a second time. And then Michael's character after Gogmert just stuck around.
I did say that you're fighting giants and they hit like a motherfucking truck.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that this campaign has been a meat grinder. That's all I'm saying. I'm not complaining. I'm just noting. And then
and the fact is,
it hasn't even.
this
really
guy is
become
nerfed from what I had him. He was a dual-wielding fucking train wreck of a monster.
as I said,
It's a breath of fresh air compared to the
Oh,
games where we've had the same
We're,
characters.
Oh,
we're
no,
definitely
I'm
going to
with
have
you.
to retreat, but if
As
we
I
can
said-
buy another round or 3.
I'm not complaining. I'm just noting.
I mean, the safe move was just to withdraw, but I thought
Denied it.
You had an 80% chance to get out of there.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was like,
So-
Unfortunately, it was a percent chance.
yeah.
He is going to let his spear magically fly towards Emmanuel because he's not even going to try with Gork anymore.
So we,
Can he see Emmanuel? Because I'm also large obscuring the tunnel.
So wait,
He can.
He stuck it into Pledrum, and then it's
It,
just going to travel over.
that was
to
an
Emmanuel.
AOO.
That was an AOO.
Oh,
But he
unfortunately,
misses regardless, and the spear returns to him. He can't see by Gork. He just has a hard time if it wasn't a magical heat-seeking spear.
Mhm.
But it misses regardless, and we do get to a player's turn. I do allow to just decide to retreat. If you decide to now, I'll let Gork grab Pledrum's body, and you guys can flee.
I was going to grab him, but
I mean, permission to enter a barbarian rage without levels in that.
I'm just asking if you guys wanted to retreat or not. Because, like you guys said, they're not going to be able to follow you through those caves.
I
I
just
mean,
want
Pledrum's
to get
down.
in
I
on
wanna
this
Gork's
guy.
gonna
one
be
more
able to get
round
this
or
guy
2.
down.
Okay, yeah. So
Go for it.
I was just asking before we continued. Bruce, you're up.
All right, so we got 5 rounds of haste left. So I kind of lost track and assumed it had been 5 rounds, so I think I cast at least 4 spells.
Yeah.
Uh,
Honestly, we don't usually have fights go 11 rounds. So
well, everyone's showing up. I'm going to go ahead and
Oh, yes,
cast
everyone.
invisibility on myself. and hope that he can't see me. Where did that invisible icon go? There we are. Then just kind of straight dash over to that wall. And then next round I'll grab Pledrum's body and teleport back over.
That's it for now.
Yep.
Watch this Giants get a natural 20 and kill a fixer.
Well, that's what we're going to find out.
That's going to
Full
make it
attack?
a lot more complicated.
Hit miss.
Okay, so he'll take 28 points of damage.
Yeah, you healed 25 last round, so you should still be up. I can't
Yeah,
see your health bar, so.
I'm about 2/3 health.
The other one's going to, it's going to be out of -4 because he's thrown past his friend, but he's going to try to throw a rock at Reach.
Invisible Reach?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're invisible. You said that. I'm dumb. No, he's just going to throw a rock at Reach, Fixa then.
Reach still. Yep,
It bounces off and hits Reach. Oh, no.
Rubber rocks.
Oh, the Lismanity.
Right. He'll.
This has been a shit show.
The one spear just bounces around the room and kills everyone in it.
Okay, the merciful.
As Gork
Someone
dances
told us his
around.
name was Zandu.
Dancing bear. Hit me. Hit me.
Jesus Christ, now you're starting to roll the rocks.
Mm-mm.
Let's see.
And
If you guys were wondering, what I was going to do is I was going to walk away and then cast zones of healing on people at these entrances so that as you guys fought, we would also get healed at the same time.
Yeah, that would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Well, he's still up, but he's pretty hurt.
all right,
No, almost knocked silly because you're doing non-lethal, I think.
Yeah. I get 2d6 back. 6 hit points.
Then Gork, you're up.
Okay,
You have to roll higher than a 6.
so here is my ask. It's not hit point damage, but can I assume Blood Frenzy style on emotional damage?
Emotional damage, yes.
All right. Come on. We're doing all out. We're doing everything as much as I can do. Show me something that's actually good.
Hit and hit does not hit with the third one.
Okay, but I still got my 2 bear claws.
And he is looking very hurt now. Both of those hit.
And then my bear bite.
Safe to say he's gonna be dead because he has 14 hit points. So
Yeah. So that was, let's see, 60 plus 51. That's and then plus 27. So that is 111.
he's
plus-
dead.
Yeah, I'm just curious what my damage was. Let me do mental math. God, okay. 138, I think is what it was.
Emmanuel, your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Manuel's
seems
going to
about
step
right.
up. And he's 40 feet
God,
from
that was a
those
9.
guys.
Can maybe one of you reverse time? Or
No, time was in the other game.
If the first one drops, can he
Yeah, I'll let you
shoot
redirect.
the second one? Bane arrows.
Hits, misses, hits. The second one will drop. So I get a second hit will drop.
And plus bane damage.
Oh yeah, there would have been one more attack from haste too, but he's already dead, so that's fine.
Bite him in the nose.
Gonna go ahead and take these 2 off the turn order. Reach.
All right. Well, I'm going to come around the corner, grab Pledrum's body, and then use Dimensional Slide back into the Club Lizard.
I imagine you do it by invisibly moonwalking, right?
Sure.
I pictured more of like the Iceman from X-Men skate maneuver.
Oh yeah.
Juan looks over at you and goes, "He's not a lizard."
That's why it's team. That's why it's Team Blizzard now.
Juan proceeds to unhinge jaw, moves towards Pledrum's feet.
I can have. Wait, no, it would go 5.
He's delicious kobold boger over there under Emmanuel's feet.
I can have.
Please got to become Pledrum the White.
Willful miss.
Okay.
And we can fall back anytime you guys
Yeah.
want.
So now it's up to you guys if you want to keep falling back or not. Because this guy hasn't been touched, and you do know that there's more people on the way.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
ready to
we're
fall
not
back
going to
if you
whittle
guys
through
are.
200 of them.
It's probably a good stopping point for.
Yeah. So I
So
mean,
you all beat a hasty retreat.
Into the spider cavern.
I could probably kill a few more.
Gonna
But-
grab the magic spear, or is that gonna
Yeah, if it-
interfere?
Sure, I can grab your
I mean-
magic shiny. If you
I mean, Emmanuel's right on top of it, isn't he?
I mean, in character and not. Yeah,
Right.
Emmanuel.
Oh no,
could.
Emmanuel is on the kobold body. If you want to grab that too,
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll grab that.
You could kill a few.
it's light enough, Emmanuel. You can just take the whole body and you take off running down.
Pick him
Here's a
up
question.
in his halberd.
Is that spear made of wood or is it like all
The
metal?
haft is made of a metal.
And what's the head made out of? Oh, though you said the haft is metal. Damn it! That means I can't use it, even though I'm proficient with spears. Would have been
What if you wear
poetic.
gloves?
Yes.
It is a specific magical weapon, so I'll let you know. I think it is, but
Yeah.
we'll get to that in a second.
We'll handle
You
it.
all beat a hasty retreat, carrying Pledge's body down these hallways. You're able to avoid any red caps, as they still seem to be largely afraid of you. A couple do poke their head, but I imagine Fixa, knowing what she does, she holds out her holy symbol and manages to get them to shy away.
And I they try to flank us. I literally just punch the wall so hard it collapses on them.
Should we stay with the red caps? I mean, those halls are so tiny, the guys can't get in there. The giants can't get in there.
But you are managed to retreat back to the spider cave, taking with you the spear as well as the body of the savage barbarian kobold
And his halberd.
and his
So we're
halberd
reviving
and
the
his
barbarian, right?
new party member. That's what happened with Gogmer, and it turned out fine.
Gosh, just swipe left, guys.
But you managed to retreat. You are kind of hovering over the fallen body of Pledrum as you all kind of take a breather in this cave. Your resolve has become steeled after another loss of a friend, albeit maybe a vastly diminished duration of time. But you all reached level 12.
Yeah.
I mean, he was more of an acquaintance. He hadn't been with us that long.
Shut up, you.
My friend. I will kill you.
So
Actually,
Spellcraft,
I take
your
that
minimum
back.
roll.
Emmanuel liked him a lot.
Mhm.
things you did find on the spear is known as a far spear. It is a Lycian bronze spear capable of warping space to strike faraway targets as if they stood within arm's reach.
Mm.
Wow, so it doesn't fly, it like sticks it through portals.
Its sell price is 27,000 if no one ever decided to use it. But you can also use Vital Strike with it when you use it at a ranged attack, but it's a single attack for a standard action up to 60 feet away.
Ooh, is it a large weapon though?
Yeah, but I let people resize things just by attuning to them, essentially. So taking the time while you're resting. I've kind of
I
gotten rid
might
of
want that because I can vital strike with it.
They call
Actually,
Aren't you
if
already
I'm
an
using
archer
range,
though?
I would use a
Damage.
bow. Yeah, never mind.
is
They
this.
But a far spear, because you could stick it this far up your ass.
Looks like I hope you gain Aura of Justice, which means to use this smite for everybody in the party to use smite.
So the thing you did find on the kobold as you're kind of like resting here, you find two vials of heroism, of potions of heroism, two of those. 2 potions of +5 bark skin, 1 potion of haste, and 1 potion of shield of faith.
He was a potion junkie.
As well as a furious halberd and a mithril agile breastplate. If people are writing this down, let me know. I can re-say it.
Yeah,
How's the,
I got it all.
I've had a furious weapon before. That was doing the heavy lifting.
all right. Well.
And he does have the weapon's tail, the razor tail, but it's not magical.
And it's not usable by any of us.
Yeah.
Bears have tails?
So
You can't see my face
hello?
right now, Loki,
Do you,
but
do you see the snake?
So peek behind what it is. That kobold was a 15th level invulnerable rager barbarian.
Oh,
His strength was 24 and his con was 26. So that's why he was a beast.
Mm-hmm.
oh god,
what is his tail attachment? Because I seriously might get the.
It's a razored tail. It's a D6 for a small creature, a D8 for a medium.
Yeah, he was
might get that
doing
for,
like plus 30 damage, so most of it was that.
Yeah.
The most damage he was doing was from his halberd. His tail actually was only plus 18 because he didn't have as much bonuses on it.
Well, I'm gonna get Soothing Performance, which means I can create an effect equivalent to mass cure serious wounds. After 4,
Dude, you're dead.
no, you're not.
I imagine the next morning some revivifications are going to happen.
Yeah.
Unless
not
Afixa decides not to. That's up to her. But you probably should decide now if you're not going to revive
Yeah,
him.
Yeah,
Fix
look,
would absolutely revive him.
Yeah, I was
Fix,
gonna say,
hear me
if
out.
not, if you would be like, well, I can bring him back from the dead. I'm not going to though. We're gonna.
Right.
Fix,
I
hear
don't
me out. Look at how much you've learned and gained from your reincarnation. I really think that's the route you should go.